All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Welcome back to the stream. Appreciate you guys being here with me today. We have some more PlayStation related topics to go over and discuss in depth. Did Spider-Man 2 pre-orders just go live? Slave to the system, I will let you know that Spider-Man pre-orders have been live for some time now. You've been able to pre-order Spider-Man 2 for quite some time. So, no, they didn't just go live today. I believe Insomniac Games revealed some new posters for Spider-Man 2, one of Peter Parker and one of Miles Morales. Some people think it's really cool looking. Some people think it's a little underwhelming, but considering it's a random Tuesday and, yesterday was a holiday, I think it's totally fine. But saying I'm looking white as a ghost. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think I forgot to adjust the. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this here. Wait, what did I just lower there? There we go. I think so. I don't know if that dramatically improved it or not, but I can mess with. I can make it brighter, can make it dimmer. I think that looks fine for now. Anyway, I don't know though. Is that too? I feel like maybe that's too warm. Is it too warm? Maybe that's good. But yeah, I am a pretty pale person too, so that could be it. But yeah, I just stay in this room all day. I don't go outside. God forbid I get any sunlight. I just sit here with these lights on in this darkness. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'm going to let you know some of the topics that we're going to be discussing today. Something I actually wasn't planning on talking to you guys about, but it came out pretty much within, I think, an hour of me actually setting up this stream. And that has to do with a new PlayStation first-party RPG that seems to be in development, which is very interesting because a lot of people have been saying for some time now that Sony needs to get moving on making some first-party exclusive RPGs because that is with their competition. That's their strongest output, I guess you could say, or will be within Microsoft. So we're going to talk about that. Andrew, you're saying, MBG, it's my birthday tomorrow. Starfield and BG3 are out. And I just bought PlayStation VR 2. What do I do first? Yeah, great question, man. Sounds overwhelming. That's a lot. That is a lot. I mean, two of the biggest RPGs and PSVR 2. I'd say just do what you want, man. Just let your intuition lead you. Whatever it is you feel most excited to jump into it, man, and have fun. So we're not just going to be talking about that. We're also, and this is actually something I was not, wasn't expecting to talk about, but wasn't expecting to hear about. We have Shawn Layden. Okay, I know there are a lot of Shawn Layden fans here. Unfortunately, he's no longer part of Sony PlayStation, but fans still really admire Shawn Layden and they miss Shawn Layden. And he recently gave a little talk, and he revealed some interesting things in this talk. One of the things he talks about is the real threat to the video game industry and what he believes it actually is. And he also talks about during the PlayStation 1 era, how Sony snagging Final Fantasy VII basically turned the tide for them. And yeah, just some interesting insight from Shawn Layden. It's unfortunate that, he's no longer at PlayStation. I know a lot of people really wish that he never left or would come back. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but it's still cool to kind of just hear what, somebody like Shawn Layden has to say about the industry. Yeah, true. That's true. I don't have a Shawn Layden emote. I guess I didn't think about that. Maybe in the future I'll get one. Kaz Harai needs to come back. It's funny. I feel like some of these longtime Sony executives that are like retired, I think they still, I don't know if they're like still part of the board at Sony, but they definitely still talk to whoever's like in charge now. Like it wouldn't surprise me if Jim Ryan on occasion actually talks to somebody like Kaz Hirai or whatnot. Could be wrong about that, but we're also going to be talking, speaking of Final Fantasy, about some new Final Fantasy updates. On top of that, we're going to be talking a little bit about Naughty Dog and how Naughty Dog just simply refuses to let people know what they're working on, even though they keep getting asked this question. And I'm sure we'll have other things to talk about along the way. And so this will be a good opportunity for me to just, let you guys know how you can help support my channel, help support my content. Guys, I want everybody in this chat right now, take a second of your time, collectively hit that like button. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm. It really helps the streams. So if you do enjoy these streams and you want to continue to see more of them, hit that like button for me. Thank you for being here and watching the content. If you want to go above and beyond and support me directly, there are a couple of ways you can do that. You can become a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive content as well as exclusive emojis that you can use. If you are already a channel member, you can gift channel memberships. I want to make sure everybody is aware that if you have that membership badge next to your name, you have the ability to gift channel memberships. It's a big thing here on the channel, and it really helps not only me, but the community as well. And also consider donating a super chat. As you know, super chats not only support the channel directly, but they get you more directly involved with the conversation. You can ask questions, give thoughts, give opinions, make statements, whatever it is you want to do, feel free to do it in a super chat. And I just want to give a big shout out and thank you to everybody who continues to support the channel directly. If it wasn't for your support, I simply couldn't do what I do here. So thank you for that. But with that being said, we actually have Lose Yourself re-upping his membership, it looks like, coming back to greatness awaits. Lose Yourself, thank you so much for that, man. Thank you for starting off the day with actually not membership gifts, but choosing to become a channel member. I really appreciate that support, bud. So shout out to you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And let's see here. Oh, boss is readjusting himself there. Saying, hope I'm okay. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I appreciate it. Everything's going good here. I'm just kind of in the same spot that you guys are, just waiting to see what Sony's next move is. And Lose Yourself. Wow, man, dude, thank you for that. Lose Yourself comes in and he drops 10 membership gifts after re-upping his membership. That's very kind of you, man. I really, really appreciate that support, dude. That's incredible. Thank you for that. So a great example here with Lose Yourself, somebody who not only, becomes a member, but proceeds to then gift memberships out to other community members here. So thank you for that, man. I have to give you I got to give you a Venom for that. I'm getting hyped, man. I got to say, I really hope Sony starts talking about Spider-Man 2 soon, because I feel like they're still being pretty quiet, man. Like, we're really close to the launch of this game, and they're doing the same thing they did with Ragnarok, where they're like, not ready. But yeah, thank you for that, Lose Yourself. Very nice of you. So we're actually starting the day off strong with 11 members. Shout out to this community for continuing to support me, the content, and other community members. All right, let me see here. We have Cobb Sanity joining us, saying, hi, everyone. Well, hello, Cobb Sanity. Thank you for being here today, man. And thank you for being a channel member. We're going to dive right into the first topic. I know sometimes people get they're always eager for me to get into it. Maybe I waffle on a little bit too long. I do apologize for that. Really quick, though, Matrix, you're saying, MBG, to be honest, I'm tired of hearing about Spiders, man, at this point. I want to know about other games. I feel you, man. Matrix, trust me, I'm in the same boat with you. I can't say that I'm tired of hearing about Spider-Man, but it is understandable that, Spider-Man right now, it being the only first-party game that Sony really has in the pipeline that they're willing to talk about, and we know so little. It's hard, man. It's hard every time we do these streams and have these discussions. It's hard not to point out the obvious, and the obvious is that, man, Sony's really the fan base really wants Sony to start talking more about new games they have in development, not just Spider-Man, right? Unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to happen, man. I did hear, look, Jeff Grubb is the most reliable source when it comes to Sony shows. He says Sony's planning state of play. I heard that the state of play is real. It is happening, but Sony's keeping it under tight wraps. Sony is not, I don't know, man. It seems like Sony is being really careful about leaks. We'll see if we hear anything more, but from what I've heard, the people that are in charge over there at Sony that are coming up with these state of plays and organizing this, apparently they are kind of, they're playing it even closer to the chest now and keeping it really, really quiet. So I don't know if we're going to hear anything about that. And maybe that's a good thing, right? I'm not saying I want this show to leak out. I think people are kind of curious to know if Sony's going to be doing state of play this month, is it going to be focused on Spider-Man? If it's not focused on Spider-Man, is it going to be an exciting one with some good reveals? Is it going to be a Japanese developer focused one? Could be anything, dude. Could be anything. So, I guess all I can say is that, Spider-Man is around the corner and Sony is absolutely going to continue to talk about Spider-Man, but there is some glimmer of hope with Sony maybe announcing some new stuff or giving us something, right? Something in the form of a state of play. But yeah, there's no denying that some people are certainly disappointed that the rumor isn't a showcase. Seems like Sony's not going to be doing another showcase this year. But yeah, we'll have to see, man. It's interesting because one of the games we're actually going to be talking about today, rumors, I should say. Well, it's kind of confirmed, but also aspects of it are not confirmed. A game that many of us were hoping to see revealed at the last PlayStation showcase. And really quick here, we have Greg Faustin becoming a member, re-upping his membership. Shout out to you, Greg. Thank you for choosing to do that, man, and choosing to support me. And in that way, I really do appreciate it. Welcome back to Greatness Awaits, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate the support, guys. That brings us to 12 members on the day. And I have a couple of super chats here. I have Daniel Pedroza, thank you for the $2, man. You're saying, did you see the new posters Insomniac released? Yeah, I just mentioned them briefly. It's kind of funny to see the reaction because on one hand, some people are like, wow, this is underwhelming. Like, you guys should be talking more about the game. But on the other hand, I'm seeing a ton of excitement. It just goes to show kind of, I think, the power that Spider-Man has as a brand, as a character in this game. All Insomniac has to do is reveal 2 new posters, none of which reveal anything. They don't reveal anything, but they get people hyped. And actually, Michael Lynch, before I read your super chat, I got to say this, man. Yeah, no, I see it in the chat already. We did not cover the 19-inch tweet yet or post on X. Did you guys see this? Did you guys see? We have to talk about this for a moment because how bright is it right now? How bright does it get when I'm on Twitter? Maybe should I switch it to dark mode? Is it too bright? Let me see here. You're out of the loop. Well, I'm gonna inform you. I'm gonna let you know what happened, man, because it's pretty funny. It is, but it's actually surprising. It's surprising, like, what ended up happening with this. So on Twitter, this was posted yesterday by the official PlayStation UK account. Now, the official PlayStation UK account has 948,000 followers, so basically just under 1 million followers. Nowhere near the amount of followers that the regular PlayStation account has. And they put out a picture of the Spider-Man 2 Collector's Edition. And I'm going to read their tweet to you word for word, okay? They said, quote, treat yourself to 19 inches of Venom and more with the Marvel Spider-Man 2 Collector's Edition. Pre-order here. Yeah, let that sink in for just a moment here. Let's say it one more time. Treat yourself to 19 inches of venom and more with Marvel Spider-Man 2 Collector's Edition. So, dude, when I saw this posted yesterday morning, I didn't think much of it other than, wow, that's some interesting wording you're using there. And I did see that some people were making some jokes, and I noticed that the tweet had about 200,000 views. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it's kind of funny. I came back to this post many hours later. Dude, let me just tell you guys where this post is at now. This post has 65.7 million views. What? 65.7 million views. That is insane, dude. And you know exactly why it has that many views. And I was just, yeah, we got to make it 69 million views. And we have to leave it at that. Yeah, insane W marketing. Yeah, dude. That is totally unexpected. You know for a fact that somebody at Sony yesterday was contemplating deleting that tweet. You know that was happening. Like somebody there was like, I don't know about this. I don't know. Is this really the message we want to send right now? But somebody there was like, no, just leave it. Just leave it. And whoever's decision it was to just leave that post out made the right decision, because, oh man, did Spider-Man 2 just get... Yeah, dude. I mean, people are saying they're not marketing Spider-Man 2. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They're selling it in an unconventional way here. They're marketing it in an unconventional way. But I was laughing so hard because do you know what was trending on Twitter yesterday? I'm not making this up, man. At some point in time yesterday, the words 19 inches of what were trending on Twitter. And it was in regards to Spider-Man 2. You can't make this up, man. This is some new type of guerrilla marketing tactic. I don't know who Sony hired over there at PlayStation UK, but this is the future of Sony marketing. 65 million views. Oh my God. That is crazy. For a collector's edition, man. For a collector's edition. So yeah, I just had to mention that because I was laughing multiple times yesterday, just randomly thinking about that tweet, like, bro. Anyway, Michael, thank you for waiting patiently, man, and thank you for the super chat. You're saying Matrix, you've got to get over that. It's one of the biggest releases all year, and they're about to start the marketing train. Plus, it's a superhero. So, for those who aren't aware, Michael Lynch is talking about a comment that Matrix in the chat made a couple moments ago, where he basically said he's tired of hearing of Spider-Man 2. But Michael, I do have to agree where, yeah, the marketing machine, as we can see with this PlayStation UK tweet, is about to kick off and get into full swing. And because of that, you're going to be seeing Spider-Man everywhere. You're going to be hearing about it more than ever. And, just I would say if you're tired of hearing about it, just try to tune out as best you can, But try to be understanding that, yeah, this is the biggest release of the generation so far. I want to emphasize that. Spider-Man 2 is the biggest game release of the generation for Sony so far. God of War, obviously massive. No doubt about that. Horizon, Gran Turismo, these are big games, of course, but Spider-Man 2 is on another level in terms of popularity and just overall wide appeal. And it's gonna do big things. At least presumably, it's supposed to do big things for PlayStation, for Sony, for the PS5 console. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how much differently Sony may end up marketing Spider-Man 2 compared to, say, something like God of War Ragnarok or even Horizon Forbidden West, because Sony has done this thing where they kind of wait until like a month or two out from launch, and then they really ramp things up and they just go all in, and the hype reaches peak levels, certainly. And if you think about it, that's kind of effective, right? I mean, I know we always want Sony to give us more updates on games, but if you think about the way that they've been handling it, just going crazy with the marketing about 2 months before launch, it does allow you to very rapidly achieve like peak hype, and then boom, it's out. It's out, and everybody that's hyped is going to go buy it. I feel like that's probably more effective than potentially achieving peak hype, a year out from the game's launch and then struggling to properly, market it correctly. I don't know if that's a problem Sony's ever run into. I don't think so, but I look mysterious with the lighting. Do I? And I see a Corey Landiga. Corey the Legend has joined us. What's up, man? All right, so really quickly, I see Big Dig Rock saying, MBG, have you seen the videos comparing Starfield's physics and AI to Cyberpunk? I actually haven't. I've been seeing a lot of different content floating around about Starfield, and truthfully, I've hardly been paying attention to any of it because I just don't have any interest in Starfield, man. Like even like the shortcomings it may have, I know that there are people, pointing out a lot of things. I'm just like completely indifferent to it. So you might have to inform me here, like what are they saying? Or is it better than Cyberpunk's physics and AI? Is it worse? I've seen, what I have seen that actually did make me laugh quite a bit. I've seen people posting pictures of something that's going on with the NPCs' eyes and their faces, and I've seen people put like compilations together. That I've seen that a couple times. That actually made me laugh because it looks horrifying. Stuff like that is always kind of funny to see. Yeah, I saw that too. I don't want to get into that. I'm not even going to entertain it. But Beezer, I did see that, and I'm just like, I get it to an extent, but it's like, come on, man, like just move on. Just move on. Make your decision and move on. You know what I mean? Just make it and move on. It doesn't have to be everything that people make it out to be on either side. Make your decision and proceed forward. That's my recommendation to people. But yeah, it's actually so weird. You mentioned Starfield. Like I keep forgetting that it's technically not out yet. It actually releases tomorrow, like officially for everybody. And it doesn't feel that way. I feel like it already came out. I mean, I know it technically did, but you know what I mean? The staggered releases, it was always weird. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in strong following up Lose Yourself. Lose Yourself dropped 10 memberships, and Corey says, you know what? I'm going to drop another 10 memberships myself. Big shout out to you, Corey. Thank you for the continued support, man. Thank you for always supporting me in this community. You, among others, always show that type of appreciation, man, and support. So thank you for that, dude. Let me give you. I'll give you a Kratos because I'm always feeling
better.
Well, I'm always feeling your profile picture there, man. Kratos, and actually, yeah, that's gonna help segue us into the first topic here. But let me get these words. Got to go. So the first topic we're actually going to be discussing today is, and I realize now that some people may have actually been a little bit confused by the title and the thumbnail when I say Sony's new PS5 RPG. They might be thinking of Baldur's Gate 3. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm actually talking about Sony Santa Monica. That's why I have Kratos in the thumbnail, because we have known for some time that a new AAA IP, one of the most exciting things that we can get in this industry, especially from PlayStation Studios, a new AAA IP has been in development for some time now over at Santa Monica Studio, and we know very little about it. Something we can infer is that Cory Barlog is the director and in charge of this new intellectual property. Something we can also infer is that this new IP has been in the works for a couple of years now. We know that once PlayStation wrapped up, or Sony Santa Monica, I should say, once they wrapped up God of War 2018 and they moved on to God of War Ragnarok, there were some changes made. One of the biggest changes that was made was Cory Barlog was no longer the director. That went to Eric Williams. I believe that's his name. Hopefully I'm not forgetting his name. Eric Williams. Yeah. And Corey was kind of nowhere to be found. I mean, there's no denying that Corey was involved heavily with God of War Ragnarok's development. The reason we know this is because he made it clear after God of War 2018 release that he had the whole saga mapped out. He had every event mapped out. It was already done and finished. And pretty much all that had to happen after that was the team had to just make it a reality, right? And I'm sure maybe some changes were made along the way. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is we haven't really heard much from Cory Barlog in quite some time, right? And he has teased in the past that he's working on something new, and the teases that he's put out on his X account, I really got to get used to saying that. The teases that he's posted make people think that it's something space related, a sci-fi game based in space, right? And we have caught through multiple job listings that they are working on a new IP. And I actually want to bring this up to you guys. Going back to my account here. So yesterday I put out a post. I said Sony Santa Monica and Ben Studio are both developing new AAA IP for PS5. And you know, a lot of times when I post this stuff, people say to me, like, you got to post the source, man. Like, what's the source? And I don't like doing that because it creates too much clutter on the feed. But the thing about it is, anytime I post about what PlayStation Studios are working on, hopefully people will realize that I'm not just like making it up. I'm not, you know, it's not like insider news or anything like that. It's like these are things that have been confirmed through, job postings and listings, or just straight up confirmed by the studio themselves. A lot of people forget this type of stuff, and I understand that, but I just don't want to be sitting there posting a bunch of job listings. I know some people might find that helpful, and I understand, but it's going to just make things too cluttered. But somebody actually did post a reply here that I thought was really important to highlight. We have Fernando Seco. I hope I'm saying his name correctly. He's a senior staff programmer at Santa Monica Studio, and he has his information listed here on I guess it's his LinkedIn profile, I would assume. And under professional experience, he says, quote, currently working on a non-announced IP, end quote. So and it's worth noting, if you look at his history here, he's worked on God of War Ragnarok, he's worked on Mass Effect Andromeda, Dragon Age Inquisition, Deus Ex Human Revolution. So he has some, decent experience here. I'd say, yeah, pretty good experience with RPGs. But the key here is he says non-announced IP. Now, some people have been confused, or not confused, but I guess you could say they're hesitant to believe that this game Cory Barlog is working on is a new IP and not something God of War related. Well, we do have confirmation here that, as many of us suspected, it is a new IP. And that is, in my opinion, incredibly exciting. Incredibly, because we have not gotten a new IP from Sony Santa Monica since God of War, dude. That's going to be wild when they reveal this game. And Omen86 coming in. Welcome back, Omen. He drops a membership gift, brings us up to 23 members on the day. You guys are incredible. Thank you for the continued support, man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Robert, you're saying that's so dope. It is, man. It's something worth getting excited about. You know, I understand that people are getting a little bit anxious and frustrated with Sony and their lack of communication, or they're not announcing these games. But I mean, Sony Santa Monica is one of their biggest and most talented studios, man. And come on, look at Cory Barlog. Look at what he did with God of War 2018, giving this man the chance to make a brand new IP with the talent there. I think we're in for something special. And Omen, He says, it smells good in Sony's kitchen. Yeah, Jim knows. Jim Ryan knows. They got stuff cooking, man. And Gavin, you're saying don't do it, MBG. I can't take getting hurt again. Well, listen, I'm willing to get excited about a new intellectual property no matter what, because that is the lifeblood of PlayStation. That is the lifeblood of this industry. Don't get me wrong. There have certainly been times where new IP is revealed and I'm like, okay, I don't know that this is speaking to me in the way that I hoped it would or expected. But, you know, I loved God of War Ragnarok. I loved God of War 2018. And I know that many people absolutely adore God of War. And we're going to get more God of War. I want to make that clear. Sony Santa Monica is working on a new IP, but we're getting more God of War. We did get the rumor that they're working on a God of War DLC. I do believe that. And we've also seen how well God of War Ragnarok has sold. It set a new record for PlayStation's exclusives. Yeah, we're going to get more God of War. But this to me is what Sony does best, right? Sony takes a franchise and they take their team and they say, okay, this franchise is going to stay. We're going to continue to grow this franchise and keep it going. And that's what we're going to see with God of War. But they're not just sitting back and saying, and that's all we're going to do now. You know, like, we're not worried about it. We'll worry about it if things start to go bad. They're not doing that. Instead, they're now giving Cory Barlog and this new team that I'm assuming it's a new team that's been formed at Santa Monica Studio. I mean, the budget's probably massive. The budget's probably easily over $175 million. It could be over $200 million. Because again, Cory Barlog proved himself. He proved he knows what he's doing and then some. And I'm sure Sony has high expectations from him. And I'm sure he's eager to spread his wings and do something big, essentially, that's not attached to God of War. And so the idea of this new big space sci-fi game. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, how do we know it's an RPG? Well, check this out. I actually have an article here from PlayStation Lifestyle. It says God of War Studios' new game could be an RPG. God of War developer Santa Monica Studios' new IP could be an RPG game, or at least a game that features some strong RPG elements. Sony Santa Monica has previously confirmed that it's working on multiple projects, at least one of which is a new IP. Reset Era user Smitch spotted the LinkedIn profile of Fernando Secco, which we just talked about, a senior staff programmer at Santa Monica Studio, and his profile reveals that he's part of a team working on an unannounced IP, and his role is, quote, World Progression Team Lead, end quote. He describes his role as, quote, leading with a small group of programmers in all things progression, RPG systems, resource loading, spawning, save game, trophies, visual scripting, and whatnot, end quote. This could be what the project that God of War director Cory Barlog previously said he's been working on for a number of years. And this past June, Santa Monica Studios' Alana Pierce also let it slip during a stream that she's working on an unannounced sci-fi game. So actually, yeah, I totally forgot to mention that. And I do want to point out, Alana Pierce has actually, I've seen her pop up multiple times on Twitter because she's been doing some interesting stuff with Starfield. I just saw recently that she apparently wanted to see if you could actually fly from one planet to another and how long that would take. And apparently it took like 7 hours or something, which is crazy. But yeah, it's worth mentioning that Alana Pierce does work at Santa Monica Studio. I think she's a writer there. Could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure she's a writer there. And she is likely part of Cory Barlog's team. And yeah, she let it slip that this is a sci-fi game. So you're saying the planet was a PNG? Really? Are you serious? That's pretty funny, man. That is pretty funny. And so it's really, really, really interesting to think about what this game could end up being when we see it. Because, I mean, if you think about what God of War is pretty much the polar opposite of that, right? God of War is not an RPG. God of War is not, sci-fi. It's not, I mean, it is fiction, but it's not, it's just not anywhere near that type of genre. It's very much action oriented. I know that there are like some very, very, very minor. Yeah, it has like some RPG elements, but I think for most people, like I don't think anybody's calling God of War Ragnarok an RPG, And it's worth noting that this sci-fi game, like, it might not be a super heavy RPG either. It might not be, We have Hellbound 1981, another legend, coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts for us today, guys. Big shout out to you, Hellbound. Big shout out to all of you guys, Corey, Omen, Lose Yourself, all you guys. Thank you for continuing to show support here, man. That brings us up to 28 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Thank you for the support. And for that, Hellbound, I'll have to give you,
no matter what,
give you a Joel.
You keep finding something
to
fight for.
I really do wonder if this is going to be, yeah, you're saying just reading that it may have RPG elements doesn't mean it's a real RPG. Yeah, so we do want to be careful here. And see, the thing about it, though, and what makes me think like this could be like when I think of it, Sony developing an RPG, I don't think Santa Monica is making like a Starfield or Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think that's what they're doing. I don't. I think that's too extreme even for, the studio. I think that, yeah, I guess you're right, Corey. Technically, God of War does have various sci-fi elements, portals and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess I just mean like, I wouldn't have expected, and this is kind of what makes new IP so exciting. I wouldn't have expected the studio that makes a game like God of War to be like, yeah, we're going to space now. I mean, to me, that's like, whoa, okay, let's go. Let's see what you guys do. New characters. The sky is literally the limit here. Well, actually, it's not. It's quite the opposite. The sky is not the limit. But yeah, I don't think that they're developing like a Baldur's Gate-esque or, Starfield-esque RPG. I think it's going to be likely heavily cinematic in a lot of ways. I imagine it's going to have a big emphasis on storytelling, characters, relationships. I have no doubt about that. And I'm very excited about that. I see people frequently express how they feel like they're getting tired of those types of games, and that's all Sony makes. And it's like, look, man, I get it. Some people are tired of that, but I'm not one of them. And there are seemingly millions upon like tens of millions of people essentially that don't feel that way. So I'm all for this. And I guess at this point, it's just a matter of like, when are we going to hear from this game? When are we going to see this game? I don't think we're going to see anything of this game this year. This game, in my opinion, there's no chance it gets revealed this year. Something we do have to understand and take into account is that when it comes to new AAA intellectual property, because of how high game budgets are now and because of how long these games can take to develop, you can't rush them. What they say, can't rush greatness, right? It's going to probably take a minimum of 5 years, and I probably will take longer than that. So if we consider that it was probably in pre-production in like 2018, maybe early 2019, right? So let's see, if we're talking like, if it went into pre-production in like late 2018, then we're talking 2019, 2020, 21, 22. Oh, wow. Actually, this game might not be as far out as we think. Yeah, this could be a 2025 game. And I know that to some people that sounds far out, but I mean, when you consider like this is going to be, again, a new IP from Santa Monica, and we haven't seen a new IP from them since 2005. Yeah, that could be a reality. So I'm feeling pretty confident that whenever Sony does decide to host another showcase, this game is likely going to show up. You think they're making a new Castlevania? Yeah, Eric Williams did kind of tease that, but no, they're definitely not doing that. They're doing a new IP. Tyler, you're saying the sci-fi game has been in the works since before God of War 2018, according to the documentary. Oh, yeah. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. I forgot that at one point they were working on some kind of sci-fi game and set in space, but it I think it ended up getting canceled. So maybe they had more to work with, you know? Interesting to think about. And Omen86, man, appreciate the super chat. You're saying Guerrilla went from Killzone to Horizon. Everything is possible. Developers want a change of spice sometimes. Sony has the star power to do it. You're absolutely correct. And sometimes, yeah, that gets overlooked at this point. Like for me, I sometimes forget that, yeah, Guerrilla is a studio that went from making a very gray and bleak, just almost industrial-esque first-person shooter, and that's all they were known for, and they just blew everybody away one day when they're like, well, we wanted to make something completely different and completely new. Here's a game called Horizon Zero Dawn. We hope you like it. And people were like, oh yeah, we like this. We really, really like this. Now, ironically enough, some people feel like they're getting a little bit of fatigue. A little bit of fatigue is setting in with Horizon. I'm not quite there yet, but yeah, man, it does go to show that Sony absolutely gives their big studios opportunity, more than enough opportunity to just, again, spread their wings, do what it is they want to do, and chase that ambition that a lot of this talent has. And I think that this is one of the reasons why Sony is able to retain such high level talent. I remember there were at moments in time people wondering, like, is Cory Barlog going to leave Sony? And it's like, probably not, man, because Sony's likely going to do everything they can to keep him happy. He's a creative. He's a creative. So if you think about it, Sony is letting him do exactly the thing that a creative in his position would likely want to do. And it's like, I want to do something brand new, something I'm excited about, something that feels fresh. And Sony trusts that, trust the process. So I agree, Omen. It's one of these, again, this is what I think Sony does best. I'm not trying to get people overly excited about a game we might not see revealed until sometime next year, but I think during a time where there's a lot of negativity, some of it understandably so, some of it not, but during this time, I think people just tend to completely overlook or just not even consider the positive aspects of PlayStation as a brand and their studios. And yeah, that's why I was kind of excited to see this kind of come out where it's like, oh, we're starting to get, a little bit more information, some glimpses as to what this team is working on. And let's not forget that Herman Holst, his last visit, he paid to Sony Santa Monica to check up on them to see, what are you guys working on? How's it going over here? He left and he posted on Twitter at the time, he said, I'm feeling inspired, man. He left Sony Santa Monica feeling inspired. So they wowed him. They definitely wowed him. And this is probably why Sony is not nervous, truthfully. I know a lot of people think that Sony has to do this and they have to do that, and I get that. But this stuff like this is probably why they're like, when we're ready. Because they know what they have, they know what they're sitting on, and more importantly, they know what it's going to do. And if you were to ask me, hey MBG, when Sony decides to reveal this new single play, I'm assuming it's a single player game, the single player sci-fi, potentially space RPG from Sony Santa Monica, how do you think people are going to react to it? Well, my answer to that is, I think people are going to lose their minds in a good way. I think people are going to freak out and be like, oh my God, this is insane. I think that's what's going to happen. Could be wrong. Of course, anything is possible, but then you consider, yes, Sony Bend is working on a new AAA IP. A lot of people were very impressed with what they achieved for their first big AAA console exclusive in since Siphon Filter with Days Gone. And they're going to flex their creative muscles once again by doing something brand new. The rumor is it's some kind of stealth action game. If it lives up to expectations, how do you think people are going to react to that? You think people are going to be complaining? I mean, maybe some people, but I'd say probably not. I think people are going to be pretty excited. That's my assumption. And Omen, again, man, you're saying Sony's custom-built game engines have amazing graphical performance. The knowledge is shared among studios. Unreal 5 is demanding. Custom equals better. That is true, actually. Based off of my understanding, there are basically pros and cons to custom game engines or proprietary game engines. And one of the cons is that it can be difficult to share it around to studios because it's custom built. The studio that builds it is going to be obviously completely familiar with it. They're going to know it inside and out. But they're also, if they want to, let's take something like the Decima engine. It seems to me like when Guerrilla Games built the Decima engine, they actually built it with other studios in mind and ease of use in mind, because that's the engine that Kojima Productions decided to go with Death Stranding. And look at how quickly they developed a brand new IP with Death Stranding. I mean, it was very quickly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a name for and that's one of the pros, by the way. One of the major pros of having a custom engine is you can do things differently with it. You can kind of customize it in a way that is more tailored to your development studio and the needs of that studio. And you can kind of tweak just how demanding it's going to be. To where something like Unreal Engine 5, it's not that you can't do that, but it's that in order to take full advantage, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Again, based off my understanding, in order to take full advantage of Unreal Engine 5, it takes a toll. It really does. It requires a lot. And I feel like these are kind of the areas where with Sony's custom engines, they can kind of, honestly, they can keep the PS5 in mind. I feel like that's kind of the key here, right? You think about Naughty Dog's custom engine. Naughty Dog is also working on a new game. We don't know if it's a new IP or not, but we do know they're working on a new game, whether it's The Last of Us Part 3 or a new IP. What we can say is that this game is being built from the ground up on the PlayStation 5 using their custom engine. I don't know if they have a name for their engine, but the Naughty Dog engine, and we have seen what this engine can do on last-gen hardware. I mean, you're talking last generation GPU, CPU, not decade old, stuff here. We've seen what they get. Just imagine what they're going to do with that engine on the PS5. Because I'll tell you right now, The Last of Us Part 1 is not an indication of what that's going to look like. The Last of Us Part 1 is just an example of, and Demon's Souls for that matter, these are games that are examples of how good PS3 era games can look on the PS5. But when it comes to Blue Point, Naughty Dog, Santa Monica Studio, Guerrilla Games, well, actually with Guerrilla, the closest thing we've gotten is the Burning Shores DLC, right? That was PS5 only. But generally speaking, with these big, heavy hitting studios from Sony, we really have not yet seen what these games can look like and what they can do. And it'll be very interesting. I'll tell you, I'm going to be very curious to see what Digital Foundry has to say about Spider-Man 2 in just a couple months, because this is going to be a PS5 only game. And I'll tell you right now, early analysis that we've seen, comparing Spider-Man 2 to Spider-Man 2018, and I think it was actually straight from Digital Foundry, early analysis, they're basically saying there's some massive improvements here, major upgrades. And it's funny to me that people just kind of overlook that, where they're like, yeah, but it's just Spider-Man. It's like, but don't you like kind of see how much better it is? And I don't know, maybe that's where Digital Foundry will come in, where it's like they're going to be there to show you, like, if you want to know how much better it really is and what the differences really are, here they are. And it's only going to get, in my opinion, it's only going to get more interesting and more exciting, because let's face it, guys, this generation has gotten off to just such a bizarre start with cross-gen and just the lack of proper, PS5 only exclusives. It's been really weird. We know why that is, but this feels like, in a way, where things are actually going to start to kick off. I think it's safe to say that going forward into 2024, like starting with Spider-Man 2 and going into 2024 and beyond, every major single player PlayStation exclusive will be built from the ground up, taking advantage of the PS5 hardware and not have to worry about the PS4. And because of that, I think these engines are going to be, and there's going to be a pro model coming as well. So these engines are going to be tweaked if they're not already. They're in the process of being tweaked, or they were in the process of being tweaked. And now, okay, let's put the pedal to the metal. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see how far we can take this. Oh, I think that coffee's burnt. That was unpleasant. I think I burnt the coffee here. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to drink that. Oh yeah, it's worth noting that we continue to hear rumors about the PS5 Pro. Now, I'm just wondering, like, we've been hearing more rumors about the PS5 Pro than we have about this new PS5 Slim model. Dude, this thing leaked out. We still haven't seen it. I wonder if this new PS5 model is going to be revealed at the upcoming State of Play. Saying, don't be mad if Digital Foundry finds 720p in Spider-Man. It's interesting because that sounds really bad, but I've been noticing, and I think Digital Foundry's actually been pointing this out, that more and more games that are trying to push the limit of what they can do with lighting and geometry and physics and AI and stuff like this, they're finding that they have to more heavily rely on internal resolution upscaling techniques. So essentially, the internal resolution of a game can run at 720p, but when the upscaling technique, a popular one, I don't think Insomniac, they have their own custom. Was it temporal? I forget what it's called, but I know Insomniac has their own way of doing it, where the internal resolution is actually pretty low, but the upscaling is so efficient that, temporal injection. Now, I don't know. I don't know exactly how that works, but I get it. It's one of these things where the technology is improving and the techniques are improving so much that it can kind of hide the fact that the game's running at a low resolution. Saying Ratchet and Clank runs at 1440p upscaled 4K with ray tracing at 60. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't think 720p, man. That seems pretty low. Excuse me. So it says the dude says it uses the frames and pixels and a lot of math. Yeah, it's above my head, man. I agree with that. You're saying Insomniac have already proved themselves. There's no need to worry about Spider-Man 2. I'm in agreement. I am. And Omen, again, thank you for all the super chats, man. You're saying Insomniac Ratchet was a launch game, jaw-dropping. Yeah, and that's something else to consider. Insomniac, Miles Morales looked good, but that was a cross-gen game. And, Ratchet and Clank was a game that was made just for the PS5 at the time. And it was jaw-dropping, man. I mean, it's still, even today, I think for a lot of people, it's still the best-looking game put out on PS5. And I think to me, it just feels like Spider-Man 2 is going to have to take that crown now. I feel like it has to. I hope it does. It'll be interesting to see, man. And I see, there's still always that conversation where people bring up where they're like, well, graphics aren't everything, man. Who cares about a game's graphics? And I get it. Yeah, we got to point out Horizon Forbidden West as well, man. Yeah. I mean, these games are competing with one another. But I do agree that, look, graphics are certainly not everything. They're just one part. But I've never quite understood this. I don't know. Sometimes there's this attitude out there where it's like people sometimes kind of talk down to people who care about graphics in their games, and it's like, I don't get, don't get me wrong, if a game has stellar graphics but really bad gameplay, yeah, that's still gonna be a bad game, and I would rather trade those graphics in for good gameplay, certainly. But at the same time, this is where one of the reasons why I have so much respect for PlayStation Studios is they nail the whole thing. I mean, they're checking off every box here. They're like, hey, we're gonna have fun gameplay, we're gonna have great feeling gameplay and satisfying gameplay, but we're also gonna have some incredible graphics. It's like, well, damn, that sounds good to me. If one had to be sacrificed for the other, yes, I would rather sacrifice graphics and visual fidelity for better gameplay. But that, they're two very separate things. Gameplay is not does not have to adhere to a graphical style. It doesn't. The gameplay can be whatever it wants to be. But yeah, I'm always for Sony kind of showing off, a game that we don't talk about enough. Well, because we haven't really seen much of it, but a game that's going to, I think, blow people away visually. I mean, I think it's really going to be one of the most stunning games we get for the entire generation. Death Stranding 2. I think sometimes people overlook Death Stranding a little bit. It did come out at the end of the generation, but Death Stranding was one of the best looking games ever, really. I mean, it looked incredible. And again, that was a PS4 Pro game. And eventually, it made its way to PC and whatnot and PS5, but they're using Decima Engine, man. And we've seen what Guerrilla can do with the Decima Engine on just the PS5 with the Burning Shores DLC. And we're going to see what Kojima Productions can do with the Decima Engine on PS5. So, guess I'm saying most detailed as well. Yeah, I could see that, man. Kojima has that. He has that attention to detail. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I really hope we see some more Death Stranding 2. I'm also curious to see what other studios underneath Sony are going to potentially be using Decima, because I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, there was a job listing at Sony where they were looking for somebody to help kind of continue work on programming the Decima Engine and working on it to make it more ubiquitous, to make it so that more of their studios can begin to use it. And to me, that is pretty interesting. And it tells me that we could be hearing from studios in the future underneath Sony. It's yeah, we're using the Decima Engine now. And that's awesome. I think that's awesome because it's dude, the Decima Engine is insane. It is. Let me see here. We have Navenzor or Navenzor. I hope I pronounced it right, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You're saying, to me, the Callisto Protocol had the best graphics I've seen, but the gameplay was straight up ass. LOL. Yeah, dude. That's funny. It was, yeah. That is, I think, a prime example of a game that it didn't have the worst gameplay ever, but it struggled. It definitely, it's wow, this doesn't feel that great. And it is a great example of a title where it's you can be wowed by oh my God, this looks insane. right? And it did look insane and looked very impressive. But it's like the gameplay just didn't match that caliber of visual fidelity it was offering, and kind of pumped you up about the melee in particular was oof. So it just goes to show, man. I feel like that game is another example. Man, I feel like I haven't talked about that game in a while. Almost forgot about it. Callisto Protocol. It was a game that was so hyped up and it had so much potential, but it's just another example of just how difficult it is these days to make big budget, impressive looking, fun to play AAA games, man. It is so difficult. And even with the marketing, it can be hard to tell sometimes, like, I don't know, is it, and that as we continue to see more and more studios try their hand at these big, exciting AAA games and they struggle, it just makes me hope that Sony can continue to, lead the way in a sense. Rockstar. I know a lot of people talk about Rockstar. It's hard for me to bring up Rockstar because I feel like Rockstar, they don't really release games anymore. Like they're like a once in a generation, like they release 1 or 2 games a generation now. And there are other studios as well. Again, it's not just Sony. There are plenty of other AAA studios that do an incredible job. I mean, even look at Alan Wake 2 and Remedy. I mean, that game looks like it's going to be amazing. And, wish, please, man, please, no spamming or I'm going to have to ban you. But Alan Wake 2, that's a great example of a game where it's like Remedy's very talented. They've proven that they can, they can make good AAA games. But, they, with Alan Wake 2, it looks like they're stepping it up a notch. They're trying to take it to another level. And I appreciate that, man. Other than the fact that they're not doing a physical release. Damn you, Remedy. Damn you. And so thank you for that, man. And we have Omen86 again. Thank you for the supers, bro. You're saying, I'd love Sony to consistently launch smaller 10 to 12 hour AAA games like Ratchet, perhaps for $50 in between the major releases, shorter dev times. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I do, because for as much as we love these bigger AAA games, the fact that they do take so long to develop, they also are daunting games, we find a lot of times, right? And you've been seeing that more and more, I think, from more people basically coming out and saying like, yeah, I like these games, but man, I kind of yearn for these shorter experiences. One, high quality, of course, but like you said, 10 to 12 hour experiences, sometimes even longer. Like if you want to do everything in the game, you can go to 15 hours, 18 hours, but basically I'd say anywhere between 12 and 20 hours, right? And we got that with Miles Morales. I think Ratchet fits that bill. Ratchet was a $70 title, but it is true. It can be beaten pretty quickly. I put about 20 to 25 hours into it. So I would love to see more of that from Sony, and I'm sure to some extent that is kind of what they're doing, right? I mean, if like this God of War DLC, it could be treated that way. And we have Exley 3000, another legend. Exley the legend comes in and drops 5 more membership gifts on us, guys, bringing us up to 33 members on the day. So keeping a very consistent membership train going. Thank you for that, Exley.
I sacrificed everything.
Actually, I'm going to give you a Jin Sakai for that. And let me update this. So 33 members. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Thank you for the continued support.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's see. Yeah, let's get some W's in the chat for Exley and everybody else who continues to gift memberships, man. Saying you spent 36 hours on Ratchet. Yeah, it's different for everybody, man. Like, I don't know. I see people are like, oh, I beat Ratchet in 8 hours. I'm like, what? Like, how? I mean, I think it's possible, certainly, but it's like, I don't, how? And we have Lose Yourself. Lose Yourself coming in today, dropping some bombs on us, man. Dropping another 10 bomb, 10 more memberships gifted from Lose Yourself. And then Corey The legend Landiga comes in and drops another 5 memberships. Guys going crazy with the membership gifting today already. Thank you, guys. Huge numbers here. Going crazy. Keeping this train rolling, man. And Omen86 jumps in again and drops another membership gift. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. This community is awesome, dude. Even at times like this, like I say, when Sony's being very, very quiet, very chill, we keep the excitement, man. We keep the positivity. We keep it flowing. And Herpy Derps, another legend, comes in. Herpy Derps drops 5 more membership gifts. I think you guys just crushed the goal, man. Absolutely decimated it. Idiotic Tirades, nice name, says thank you to the gifters. Yeah, guys, show some love to everybody gifting memberships here, because they're continuing to support not only me and the content, but as I say, the community, man, keeping that membership community growing, keeping it going strong. That brings us to 55 members on the day. So Corey, Omen, Herpy Derps, Lose Yourself, Exley, all you guys, Hellbound, thank you for continually showing me and this channel your support. It means everything, man. It does. So apologies if I continually sound like a broken record, but it really does mean everything to me and the channel. So let me give you guys one of these. And I'll update the member goal here for you. So give me 1 second. We'll continue our conversation. By the way, I meant to ask you guys this earlier. How is the audio quality today? I did make a couple more adjustments, so I'm looking for a little bit of feedback. I meant to ask that earlier. There we go. Yeah, absolutely killing it, guys. 55 members gifted on the day. Huge numbers, dude. And Lose Yourself with a $10 super says the best channel. Thank you, man. That means a lot. That means a lot. You guys are saying the audio is good. It's perfect, loud and clear. Okay, good. But yeah, Lose Yourself. I appreciate that, man. You guys show me and this channel a lot of love, and I try my best. I try my best to improve any way I can, and more importantly, stay engaged with you guys. You know, keep things as positive as I can. I have my moments. I'm sure you guys are thinking about that a couple streams ago, and I did not get enough sleep, and I was in a mood, man. I was in a mood, but you guys are always here, man. Thank you. And Omen86, with his round numbers, comes in and drops 5 more, bringing us up to 60 members on the day. Thank you so much, man. That's crazy. I can't believe we're like at 60 members. That's crazy, man. Thank you. And we have, let's see here, Review Scientology USA with a $5 super chat. He says, years ago, the rumor was Naughty Dog was working on a sci-fi game codenamed Stray Cross with 2 protagonists, single-player first-person view. I'm going to respond to that in just a moment, Review Scientology USA, but Corey the Legend Landiga comes in and drops a 20 bomb, bro. Let's get some W's in the chat for Corey, and Lose Yourself follows it up with another 5 memberships gifted. You guys are going nuts today. You guys are going absolutely crazy with the membership gifts. W's in the chat for these guys. Corey, thank you for that, man. Lose Yourself, all you guys. Legends. Absolute legends. Doing some heavy lifting for this community today. So I guess because we've gotten so many members, I want to let you guys know maybe you were gifted another membership, but if you're new and you got gifted a membership, you now have access to exclusive members only content. Everything that I've created for members, you now have access to that, and you get access to the exclusive emojis that you can clearly see people are using in the chat right now. So absolutely massive, dude. Thank you guys so much. That brings us to 85 members. I have to update the goal again because you guys are going crazy. Let's see here. Man, this community never ceases to amaze me. Let me tell you. Thank you guys, sincerely. So 85 members on the day. I got to hand it to you. I don't know. Look, I don't know if we're going to get any more than that, but either way, just want to say before I continue the conversation, you guys should be proud of yourselves. Honestly, you guys show the support. You're there. You're always doing these big numbers. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Omen 86, man. Always coming in, rounding up these numbers, bro. Appreciate it. Drops another 5. Another 5. W's in the chat for all these guys. And I also want to thank everybody. I know not everybody is into the membership gift stuff. I understand. I also want to make sure to thank everybody who remains in the stream and is part of this, even if it's not necessarily your cup of tea. That means a lot to me as well. You are a valued member of this community. But 90 memberships, guys. 90 memberships. And Corey the Legend does it. He finishes it. He starts it and then he finishes it. He gets us to 100 members on the day. That is insane. I got to give you another one of those. You know what? Hold on. Where's my... Because we hit 100, we got to do the...
That is some true greatness.
Wow. That is great. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Yeah, W's in the chat. I have to update the member goal again because you guys are just going nuts, dude. Massive, massive membership train. I don't know how you guys keep doing it. So yeah, if you are new here, by the way, make sure you click any of these icons up top because you want to opt in to receive a membership gift. Some people still... I still see new people coming in and not everybody's aware, and I'll just from time to time have to remind people. Click any of the icons. Corey's icon, Omen's. There's actually a lot up there. Lose Yourself. Click any of their icons, and it'll ask you if you want to opt in to receive a membership gift. And the membership gifting is totally free. If you receive a gift, you do not get charged monthly. It's not like a recurring thing. You just get a free gift courtesy of those who gift it, and then it's up to you if you want to continue to remain a member and support. And obviously, if you are gifted a membership, please consider doing one of two things. Please consider either re-upping your membership when your month is up. I would greatly appreciate that. Or consider gifting some memberships of your own and paying it forward. But either way, thank you guys. Hitting 100 members, not even an hour and a half into this stream, is a huge milestone. And as I always say, man, I could not do it without you guys. So give yourselves a hand. But in an effort to not spend too long focused on this, I am going to continue to talk about our topics here. Make sure I did miss a super chat here. So apologies for that. I have Naz, and he says, are you going to play Alan Wake 2 MBG? I think this game will surprise a lot of people. Is there any excitement or hype with this game for you? Absolutely. Yeah. The only thing that makes me nervous about Alan Wake 2, I know they did delay it to, I think, October 27th because they said they wanted to get out of Spider-Man's way. The thing that makes me nervous about it is I'm fairly certain I'm still going to be knee-deep in playing Spider-Man 2 come the 27th. I mean, I'd be surprised if I wasn't. So it's one of these things where I want to be there day one to play it, but if I'm still in the process of, like, say, trying to get the platinum for Spider-Man, it might have to wait a little bit, but I am gonna play it. Yeah, I watched some gameplay recently of Alan Wake 2, and it was specifically a section where you're playing as Alan, and you're in like this, I forget what they call it, but he's in like kind of this nightmare realm type thing, and it's ultra creepy, man, and it just has this vibe to it that I'm like, yes. I hate to keep bringing it up, man, but the only thing that truly disappoints me about Alan Wake 2 is Remedy's decision to not release a disc-based copy, and just stick to digital only, because it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like in a way they're almost hurting themselves a little bit, because it's like, having that option, a lot of people still do buy their games physically. A lot of people still do buy discs video game discs and collect them. And that's just what they choose to do. And I've seen, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if it's true, but I've seen some people saying that they're not going to, they're not going to buy this game because it's digital only. And again, talk is cheap. Maybe they're serious about that, but I won't lie. I'm not going to not buy it, because it's digital only. I can't. Herpy Derps is saying I have some friends who refuse to buy digital. Yeah, I think that does exist. But I'm like you, Corey. I try. Like, that's the thing. I try to stick to physical copies as much as I can. And I just don't like... The thing I don't like the most about Alan Wake 2 is I feel like they're trying to set a precedent where it's like, I get the feeling that other publishers and studios might look at the fact that they're like, yeah, we're just going to release it digitally. And, suddenly you got other video game publishers like, well, maybe we can do that now too. And I don't know, man. I'm not ready for that. I'm not. I just, maybe I'm too attached, but I just think it's good to have that option. I do. I like buying physical copies of video games. It just feels different, man. It feels better. It does. No, and it's no offense to anybody who buys digital. I completely understand that. I completely understand why people buy digital. But to me, buying physical game discs just feels better. It does. It just feels immensely more satisfying. And I know that I own this, right? Like, I can sell this. I can give it to somebody to borrow. I can do anything with it. I can do anything with my physical video game. Anything. It sounds so funny, but it's true, man. It's true. So I'm not excited about this new PS5 model. I am excited about Alan Wake 2. I don't like the fact it's digital only, but I'm not excited about this new PS5 model because come on. Sony, we know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. We all know. It's a long time coming. A lot of people are going to buy PS5s. They're going to get a digital only console and they're not going to think twice about it because that's the option. Well, can you get discs? Can you get a disc reader? Yeah, you can. You can. All right, listen. It comes down to how Sony markets it. All right. I want to make that clear. It depends on how Sony chooses to market it, right? Because I get this idea that Sony's going to try to market it like this is the PS5 now. And like there's no disc drive to be seen. And they'll have like some text at the bottom that says like disc drive sold separately or something like that. Or disc drive purchasable separately. They could do it the other way around. They could market the PS5 with the disc. And I'll tell you, if Sony does this, I will give them a lot of credit. And I will be quite surprised. If when we see this new PS5 model, if Sony markets it where it's a single PS5, but it's with the disc drive, I'll give them credit because it's like, damn, they didn't have to do that. Like they could really try to just convince most people that it's just the PS5's digital. And the people might be wondering like, why would Sony want to do that? Well, it's because, Sony has a lot to gain from people converting to digital only. When people buy a physical copy of a video game, it's good for Sony. They get 70% of, I don't think it's 70%, but it's divvied up basically, right? If let's say when Sony sells a physical copy of Spider-Man 2 because it's their game that they produced, they're going to get 70% of the revenue of that game. They have to give 30% to the middleman. The middleman in this case is, the distributor of the game physically, the store that's selling it, the shipping. They have to cover all this. And that's where that 30% goes to. So when somebody decides, you know what, on my PS5, I'm just going to buy Spider-Man 2 digitally, Sony gets 100% of that money. That's not going anywhere else. And if somebody buys a third-party game digitally, Sony still gets more money than they otherwise would. So you can see why Sony, wants to try to convert more people to digital. Sorry, give me a second to hydrate here, guys. I don't know why I'm feeling like kind of parched. I did work out earlier, so I think that might be why I'm a little bit thirstier than normal. Hen Revens, you're saying, MBG, honest question. Are you regretting VR2, or do you think you will regret it if that killer app never comes? It's a tough question for me to answer. Oh, my computer did that thing again. It's a tough question for me to answer simply for the fact that I can't answer that question without factoring in the influence that my channel and my audience has on my purchasing decision. Does that make sense? And I could try to remove that, and it's tough to do that, but I'll try to while I answer this. So if I had bought PSVR 2 on my, I don't have a YouTube channel, I don't have any encouragement, I just, I'm just going about my business like I normally would, and it's well, I would have to make the purchase of PlayStation VR 2 knowing that, this is just for you to play, there's no anything else surrounding it. I don't know that I would use the word regret, right? Because a part of, the question you say here is, do you think you would regret it if that killer app never came? Now, that, to me, is an easy yes. Because, again, something like Horizon Call of the Mountain, it's I can see the potential here. I can, and especially coming from Sony Studios, the studios I care about the most, I would still care about PlayStation Studios the same way, whether or not I had a YouTube channel, right? They're my favorite game studios. So it's if this is them showing me this is kind of what we can do, and GT7, yeah, stuff like that, it's all right, so what else can you do? Because I'm pretty sure you could take it even further than this. In fact, I know you can take it further than this. And that's the question, is will they? The third party front is, it's not the most appealing thing to me right now. I've still had multiple recommendations from people saying you got to try this, you got to try that. It's it's hard to say when or if I'll get to those. Some of them I do plan to get to at some point, certainly, because I just bought this thing. But there's also the factor that, again, I've been having to spend time getting used to it, getting used to this experience. And that has been a little bit more difficult for me than I anticipated. I think I underestimated it a little bit, but it's getting there. It really is. And now that I've had it for a little bit and I've used it quite a bit, I do kind of understand now why some people are because people have said to me, they're look, man, when you first get VR, it's going to blow your mind. It is. And there's a lot to play. There's a lot there, but it's going to turn into a supplementary thing. It's not good. It's not even going to remotely, at least for most people, and this is what a lot of people were telling me, it's not going to replace your normal gaming. And I have learned, that's absolutely true. It is. I still, game normally the way I would. And there has to be basically an extra thought, just a single thought, but an extra thought nonetheless, that, okay, well, how do you want to game right now? And most of the time, it's, I want to just game normally. But then there's that time where it's you know what? I want to go play some VR. Capono, you're saying you barely mentioned it though. I'm not so sure about that, Capono. Maybe I don't know if you've missed some of my streams. I've talked about VR2 a lot since I purchased it. Granted, I'm not playing every game, and I am now moving on to talking about other things, but when I've been talking about it a lot, I think. Maybe not. So didn't get a cheap Logitech wheel. GT7 VR goes up another level. Yeah, I've heard that. That's where it's tough for me, man, because it's I'm not into GT though. You're saying after you play Synapse, MVG will all click into place. Yeah, that's a game I have to get to. The Moss games and Synapse. Synapse is another one. And I saw somebody mention Arizona Sunshine. If you like zombie games, it's like, well, I like zombie games. I do. I'm a sucker for zombie games. Yeah, I agree. I think we talk about VR almost every stream. Saying I can't wait for you to play Synapse. That's actually a game you'll get into it. You'll really get into it. Well, here's the thing. I don't know what the future holds for me with VR 2. It could turn into something where it's like, as time goes on, maybe I really find that I'm not playing it. Maybe I find that as each week passes by, it's like I'm picking it up less and less, and maybe it does start to collect dust, and I'll tell you guys that happens. However, the thing that, again, really has me kind of on the hook here is simply this, and I think pretty much every VR owner can agree with me, at least to some extent. It is knowing that Sony put a lot of R&D into this product. They brought it to market, and it's a premium product, and they know how much they're asking every user to pay for this product. Again, referencing something like Horizon Call of the Mountain, the potential is there. Like I don't want to say the sky's the limit in this case, but the bar is raised and it can go higher. It's just a matter of, okay, Sony, the ball's in your court now. And again, this is why I kind of understand, like, not to, beat a dead horse, but maybe it's relevant to this point that I'm trying to make here. It's like when somebody like Ryan McCaffrey of IGN put out that tweet where he essentially crapped on PSVR 2. I still think he was way too harsh on it and kind of unfair, where it's like, dude, it's not that dire. Okay. Like it's really not. Like, I'm here now and I see the games that are on offer, and I know what some of the experiences are. It's really not all that, dude. This thing isn't even a year old yet. However, if the desire is simply this, like, let me tell you what I want. Like, if it's like, okay, I bought PlayStation VR 2 and I've experienced some games on it, and I'm still finding my footing with it. But so far, the best experience I've had is they're basically 3 AAA games: GT7, RE8, and Horizon Call of the Mountain. So I'm like, well, Sony, I'm going to be paying very close attention to your next showcase, because I'm really, really curious. What first-party VR games do you have in development? One of the game, like, I'll tell you right now, you're saying, like, well, I regret if that killer app never comes. You know what to me, the most obvious killer app, we've talked about it, but I'll mention it again, and I'll move on, because I do think I've actually spent too much time talking about VR. But Corey, you got to bounce. All right, man. I got to give you a thank you before you head out, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you gifting all these memberships to the community, dude. So hope you can come back and finish the stream later. So take care, man. To me, the most obvious killer app would have to be an Astro game. I've heard, and there was a rumor from Special Nick, I don't know if it's true or not, that apparently Sony is planning to remaster Astro's Playroom, Astrobot Rescue Mission for PSVR 2. And I've heard incredible things about Astrobot Rescue Mission for PSVR 1, but you can't play it on VR 2 right now. And so, to me, that, the next proper Astro game being built from the ground up to take advantage of PSVR 2 could be that killer app. I've realized that VR 2 does not need to be something that even remotely gets close to replacing my normal gaming habits. And I've realized that, like, that doesn't, like, when I first bought it, maybe it kind of felt that way because it's brand new, but it's like, that's not what this is at all. What this is it just needs to occasionally give me some really interesting, unique, and different experiences. And preferably coming from Sony, right? Like, I'm interested again in some of these third-party games, but I just got to say, like, I'm most interested at this point in time in seeing what Sony may or may not do. And we'll see, man. You're saying it's an absolute crime they haven't brought Astro Bot Rescue Mission to PSVR 2 yet. Best VR of all time, in my opinion. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, man. I hope they do. Because that's some high praise, man. That's some really high praise. And I loved Astro's Playroom. God damn it. Why is that coffee that burnt? You guys ever drink burnt coffee? Is burnt coffee bad for you? I feel like that has to be bad for you, right? I'm not enjoying this right now. I'm not enjoying this coffee. It tastes horrible. Ugh. Sorry. Hogwarts Legacy VR. That would be that would be huge if they did something like that. Burnt anything is technically bad for you. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I see we have a very generous super chat from Michael. Michael, hang tight. I'm going to read these previous super chats I have, and then I'll get to yours, man. But thank you for that. It's so funny because like YouTube does the different colors with the supers, and you see the reddish pink color so rarely. It always kind of is like, whoa, it always just catches your attention. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing with their color schemes. It's like when you're playing an RPG, rare, epic. Difference between like purple and yellow. Let me see. Omen86, you're saying we need MBG merch, t-shirts, hats, coffee mugs. Omen, I actually did have merch previously, and I've since removed it. Some people have purchased some of the merch that I used to have. Like I had some Rant Juice mugs. I did just have some logos and stuff. Do you guys remember? And looking back on it, I can't tell if this is cringe or not. You guys tell me. Back when the PS5 first launched, I actually launched a like merch line for a little bit that had it was PS5s, like literally on shirts and hoodies and stuff. And some people certainly bought them. Like, so I can't say it was necessarily cringe because people did purchase it and they liked it. And let me know if there's anybody in the chat that actually purchased any of this merch. It's been retired for a while now, but there have been times in the past where I've done different lines. I remember I had like a Ghost of Tsushima run, a God of War one. And it's been a while. You're saying you're trying to get sued. Well, that's the thing is like, it is kind of walking a line, but from what I've learned, like Sony usually doesn't care. I mean, they could care. Like they could do whatever they want. You say cringe as you're wearing yours, dude. No. I'm not. I don't think it's cringe. I'm saying like I got some feedback from some people at that time that it wasn't. I'm like, I'm not sure. Like, was it? I don't know. Looking back, I had fun doing it. And if you did purchase that, man, I appreciate it. I have a couple of my own, but I have no idea where I stored them. I have to find them. But the thing about stuff like that is Sony could at any moment. You're saying you're joking. It's all good, man. Well, no, because people like tweeted me the pictures and stuff. Like they definitely did. There were some purchases here. You wear MBG drip. Well, the thing about this is I think Sony could sue anybody at any time who's using their, like, because there are people putting like PlayStation logos and their game logos all over shirts and stuff all the time. But it's like, Sony doesn't go after that unless it's like a massive operation. Like if somebody like Dr. Disrespect sold a shirt with God of War on it, Sony might consider doing something about that because he would sell probably millions of shirts using Sony's property and make a lot of money. Sony might not care. Yeah, exactly. Like Sony might say, well, that's just free promotion. But I'm saying when it's on that scale, where it's like, is there actual like real money to be made? Sony might get involved. But Sony doesn't really, and most companies just don't care if it's on a really small scale because it's just like, well, yeah, it's basically free marketing to a degree for them. But yeah, I'll have to think about it, man, because I've been thinking about doing some more merch stuff. I'm just not sure what to do. You know, like I don't know. Do people want just like a shirt with my MBG logo on it? You know, would you want a mug with an MBG logo on it? I mean, I've joked around maybe like making shirts and stuff that says like triple anus, but I've always been hesitant to do that because I'm like, I don't know, man. It just feels weird to sell something that says triple anus on it. You know, but I don't know. Shirts for new games. Yeah, like, I don't know. Spider-Man 2's coming out, and it's like if I were to do some kind of merch run for see, to me, I feel like that's entering dangerous territory because that's not just Sony and that's like now it's Marvel, and it's like, I don't know about that. Like, I'm a little bit nervous, but in reality, they might not care at all. You would 100% buy a triple anus mug? Yeah, maybe I'll do a triple anus mug. Omen, you let me know, man. You know, the MBG brand is bigger than Sony. I don't think so, dude. I appreciate that, but Omen, you let me know what you would like to see. Omen, you're saying, I'll repeat, just completely finish Horizon first. Yeah, no, I hear you, dude. I hear you. Or a logo with your cat. Oh yeah, maybe I could do something like that. You'd buy an MBG logo mug and a triple anus mug? Well, damn, I got to get cooking on this merch then. Lose yourself. You just found the Steven Seagal emoji. That's awesome, dude. Josh McGill, a member for 8 months, he says, love the PlayStation updates and streams you have. I'm getting a PSVR 2 later this year, and I'm excited for Resident Evil games and GT7. Yeah, man. Look forward to it, bro. You're going to have a good time. You're going to have a good time, Josh. Mullet MBG shirts. Oh, yeah, that would be a good one. That's actually a really good idea. Maybe I could get like a cartoonized version of my my snake. Oh, that's a really good idea, actually. That's pretty funny. I don't know how much people care about that, but that's actually that would be something pretty unique to the channel in a way. Make sports gear. Yeah, dude. MBG branded helmet. I don't know what exactly that's conveying at that point. Don't go near Marvel property unless you want to lose your house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's a dangerous line to walk. Mullet MBG on the front, then boss in the back. Yeah, all right. I'll think about it, man. We'll see what we can do. I'm not going to make any promises, and I can't give you any timelines because right now I have nothing in the works. But if you guys are saying you really might be interested in it, then I'll definitely consider it. Yeah, maybe I should just make that my new logo. Get a cartoonized version of me and the mullet. All right, let me see here. So Josh, yeah, look forward to PSVR 2, man, and when you get it, let me know your thoughts on it, dude. Michael Muradian. I don't know if I'm saying your last name correctly. I hope I am. First off, before I read your chat, thank you. It's a $50 super chat, man. That's very generous of you, very kind. You're saying, I don't get to interact with your community much, but love listening to your streams while at work. You and the community are the best PlayStation fans. Well, that's incredibly kind of you to say, man. You donated a super chat to say that, a large one, and I very much appreciate it. And you know, this is why I do this, man. It's because when I say we have an amazing community, I really do sincerely mean that. You know, I don't want to come off as like arrogant or pompous or anything and say we have the best community, but we do have I know for a fact an amazing community. And you guys, again, like, you know, there are some people, they're just not a fan of what we do here. They're certainly not a fan of me or my content. But for those of you that do enjoy it, you let me know and you show that support and you listen and you communicate. And I appreciate that, man. So I'm really glad that you're able to listen to the streams while at work. I do sometimes wonder about that because I do stream in the middle of the day. I do always wonder like how many people are like actually listening while they're at work and doing their job. But I appreciate that, man. And once again, thank you for that $50 super chat. That's it's very kind of you, dude. And it's worth noting, it says that's your first time super chatting as well, man. So Michael, shout out to you, man. That's what I mean. There are a lot of people, they're involved with this community. Maybe they don't interact that much. Like you said, you don't interact with the community much, but you're here and you're supportive and you're listening, man. And that means everything. Josh, you're saying working and listening every day. Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. You're at work building bulletproof glass. I love to hear that too, man. Again, I always kind of hear from people at different times like what they're doing, and it always surprises me. It always surprises me, some of the stuff that you guys are doing while you're listening. All right, let's see. We got Josh with a $5. Actually, he's got a couple super chats. So, Josh, I'm going to read yours in just a moment since you have a couple back-to-back here. I'm going to read Callie Ravens first. And they say, I got PlayStation logos on my PS sleeve tattoo. Now, that's dedication, man. That is dedication. If you have a PlayStation-related tattoo, then, yeah, it's safe to say PlayStation has had a pretty significant impact on your life. So, that sounds pretty cool, dude. I think it sounds cool. Love to see that passion. So, thank you for sharing that. And Josh, I'm going to read your supers back to back here. Let's see. You're saying your bad experience with Firewall sounded like it was completely due to your tolerance. I really think when your tolerance is up, you should play around. The beauty about VR2 is that the games are still developed for the PS5. The PS5 runs processes and renders the games, whereas native handheld is native. You need VR2 to play, but the dev environment is PS5. Yeah, that's interesting to think. I guess I didn't really consider that when playing these games. And it makes you know what it makes me wonder, Josh? It makes me wonder like what the PS5 Pro is going to do for PSVR 2. Because I guess the assumption, based off of what you're saying here, is that a PS5 Pro should in some ways greatly enhance, right? Like greatly enhance some of the visual fidelity of these games and what some of these games can achieve. You want to come visit, boss? Watch. I'll get him to talk. Watch. I'll get him to talk, guys. Get down. Get down. Get down. No way. Dude, he knows he's on camera. Get down. Get down. Come on. I'm just trying so hard to get him to meow one time on stream so you guys can hear what he sounds like. I'll give it one more shot. One more shot. Get down. Get down. Come on. Get down, boss. Get down. No way. No way. I swear, I'm not crazy. All right. I'm telling you. When we're not on stream, and it doesn't matter where he is. If I say get down, he will meow. He will. He knows. He knows he's on stream. This is going to bother me now. He did get down, though, didn't he? And you know what's funny? Any other time I tell him to get down, he doesn't listen. I think he's putting on an act. He knows he's being watched. He's like, I'm a good cat. I'm a good boy. You want me to get down? I'll get down, man. Oh, man. He is aware. Yeah, he's a funny cat, man. He is. But Josh, yeah, I'll have to think about this, dude. I'll have to think about, I probably will give Firewall another shot eventually. It just, again, it made me so sick, but, you're saying it, and other people have said this to me, it's probably due to my tolerance. So if I decide to give it another chance, I will let you guys know. I'll let you guys know. And hopefully if I do, it won't be the same. It won't be the same. But Josh, I appreciate all the super chats, man, and appreciate the passion you have for VR2, dude. Ken M, you're saying, listen, keep going strong. You're the best out there and giving information and speaking your mind, and that is what is important. Thanks, man. Well, I appreciate that, Ken. Guys showing a lot of love today. It really, really means a lot to me. It does. I'll do my best, man. I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. I love doing this. I love having these streams and making videos, and I'm right there with all of you guys. Like, at this point, I'm just eager to know. All right, Sony. You got the bad news out of the way. No one likes it. You know, sometimes you just got to swallow the hard to swallow pill, but it's done now. What's next? Let's move on to the good stuff. So I appreciate it, dude. And Kendall Fire 22, you're saying a shirt with MBG styled like a blue box logo. Oh man, that would be pretty funny. Yeah, I'll think about that. And Omen, you're saying shirt with just the MBG logo. All right, guys. Yeah, I actually did have. So Omen, I'll let you know. A while ago, I actually did have some shirts, and some hoodies that were up that it said "All right, guys" on it. So maybe I'll bring that back. Guys, really quick, we are going to move on to another topic here. Sorry it took so long, but before I do that, I just want to ask you guys, please hit that like button. We are actually close to 300 likes. We're fluctuating between 400 and 390 people here. So if you could take a second out of your time, smash that like button for me. And we're going to move on to some really, really interesting things that former PlayStation boss Shawn Layden had to say. And I'm definitely interested to see what you guys have to say about this. And really quick, Omen, again, you're saying, I'll repeat, focus, finish Horizon VR first. Yeah, well, the thing, I heard that Horizon Called Mountain is about like 7 to 8 hours long, which is pretty good because that's not very long. I mean, that's what makes it tough though, is because if I can only play in like 20 to 30 minute bursts. So it makes it feel a little bit longer than it is. But yeah, that's the plan, Omen. That is the plan. So check this out. We have I have an article here. All right, come on, boss. I didn't want to come up. I have an article here from Gaming Bolt. It says former PlayStation executive believes non-gaming tech companies are, quote, barbarians at the gates, end quote. Boss is looking to chew my wires again. So it says here, Shawn Layden, formerly an executive at PlayStation, has referred to non-gaming tech-based companies like Google, Netflix, Amazon, and Apple as barbarians at the gate at the recent GamesIndustry.biz investment summit. Referring to the tech companies as non-endemic to the games industry, Layden calls these companies one of the biggest threats to the video game business. And so there's more to read here. But yeah, as you can see, again, we don't hear from Shawn Layden that often. But he is giving us a warning here. And Shawn Layden, a lot of the things he said, by the way, I remember he did one last interview with PlayStation in like 2019. And a lot of the things he said in that interview have actually been proven true. Like, I remember at that time, he was saying that the budgets of these AAA games are going to balloon so high, or so they're going to become so large, and they're going to become so big that, it would be wiser in some cases to just do like more. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, like smaller mid-sized AAA, where it's like, 10 to 15 hour games, that the budget isn't as big, the scope isn't as big, right? And there was other stuff he talked about. I remember he even mentioned like how they were going to start embracing PC. I really want to know. I'm going to continue reading what Shawn Layden had to say, but I really want to know what happened between him and PlayStation. Shelly, you're saying Shawn Layden does interviews with YouTubers like yourself, MBG. He recently spent an hour talking to Persona and Jai Bari about these issues on their. You're saying their love stream, but I know you meant live stream. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. That would be so. I don't know if I could ever pull something like that off. Interviewing Shawn Layden. That would certainly be a hell of a thing. But let's continue reading what he had to say, because he says right now we see all the big players going, oh, gaming, it's bringing in billions of dollars a year. I want a piece of that. And so we have Google, Netflix, Apple, and Amazon wanting to get a piece and trying to disrupt our industry, said Layden. It is important to note that Layden is specifically speaking about the business side of the games industry rather than the artistic side. The disruption mentioned by Layden refers more to new ways of making and selling games rather than any fundamental changes to gaming itself. I'm hoping gaming will be the first industry where we disrupt ourselves, he continued, where it doesn't take a Google or an Amazon to completely flip the table. We should be smart enough to see these changes coming and prepare ourselves for that eventuality. Interestingly, all of the companies mentioned by Layden have thrown their hat in the gaming business in some form or another, with varying degrees of success. While both Google and Apple are predominantly focused on mobile gaming, both companies have tried to break into the console PC space at some point. Google with its now defunct Stadia service, and Apple with its ill-fated 1996 console, the Pippin. Why did I not even know about that? The Pippin. What? I have to look into that. Amazon is trying its own hand in the gaming business with the release of various games that it is either developing in-house like New World or publishing like Lost Ark. The company also has its Luna Cloud gaming service. Netflix itself is largely focused on mobile gaming with a few licensed games here and there. Layden goes on to draw parallels between these tech companies entering the gaming space with Sony entering the business with the 1996 release of the PlayStation, and how various parts of Sony and Sony Electronics and Sony Music Japan worked together to make the console a success. PlayStation knew that we couldn't do what Sega and Nintendo did and provide the bulk of the software. We didn't know enough how to make it. We had to be the third-party platform, so we had to get Namco, Square, EA, Activision, Layden continues. Those Sony Music guys are the ones that got Square to move Final Fantasy off of Nintendo onto PlayStation, probably the biggest sea change move. So yeah, we weren't endemic, but I think we brought the entertainment piece in, which really helped accelerate the success of PlayStation. And it's also worth noting, as it says here at the bottom of the article, that Microsoft itself was once considered a non-endemic company entering gaming. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff we're hearing from Shawn Layden here. And sorry, Chris B, I missed it, man, while I was reading that. Chris B keeping this membership train going, dropping 10 more membership gifts on us. Chris, dude, thank you so much for that, man. We're at 110 memberships. For that, I'm going to have to give everybody a crazy Arnold, man. That is awesome. Chris, thank you for the support. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chris. If you guys already gave him W's, I apologize. I missed it. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the support, guys. There we go. 110. Massive numbers. But yeah, Shawn Layden, man. Some crazy stuff he said. Well, it's not crazy. It's crazy to think the implication that, you know, the barbarians are at the gate. I mean, he is very much like saying that these companies are going to ruin this industry. These companies are going to straight up. And you know what I think is so funny? Well, not funny, but it's a little sad. Makes me a little sad. Shawn Layden was with PlayStation since the beginning, right? Like when he left in 2019, he was with PlayStation since 1994 or even 1993, I think. He was there the whole time, dude. So there's no doubt that he is somebody who, you know, who wants to, you know, he obviously is, I think he's with Tencent now. I think, is that who he's with? Which I'm not a huge fan of, but I'm just not a fan at all, frankly. But it just makes me a little sad because I feel like you could tell he really loved PlayStation. Like there was a passion there. And this is why I think a lot of people miss him so much. You know, he was very friendly. He had just this kind of great ability to interact with the fans and speak to the fans. Like he spoke to the fans, dude. Like, can we call this out for a moment? Can we give this man the credit he deserves, where he spoke to the fans, like not at them, he spoke to them. And that right there is what PlayStation's missing today. For as much as I love all of the things that PlayStation, or most of the things that PlayStation's doing, and all of their studios, there's no one at PlayStation speaking to the fans. There's no figurehead of any kind. And Shawn Layden really was the last one, in that high of a position that was willing to do that. And I just find it kind of interesting how even when he's giving this talk with games industry, right? And he says, he's talking about the barbarians at the gate, he still references PlayStation. And he does acknowledge that PlayStation at one point in time was not endemic to the industry, but, we're just, the industry has grown so immensely since PlayStation first entered it that you really have to question, like, can a new company enter and not really mess things up or not, I want to say mess things up, but dramatically change things? Because PlayStation, I don't know, man. I guess did PlayStation dramatically change things? I don't know. In a way they did. They got aggressive business-wise. Clearly they had to if they wanted to carve out their own success, kind of like in the way what we're seeing Microsoft do now. But I just think about how big, how massive, and how powerful these companies are. Netflix, Amazon, Apple, right? Google. And it's funny because Google kind of proved, well, they didn't kind of prove it. They did prove. Google proved that it doesn't really matter how much money you have or how powerful you are. You can't just brute force your way in and think you're going to win. Stadia's proof of that. But I do question, what if Google did the opposite? What if Google, sorry, I'm just thinking about this. What if Google said, we're going to make a console like the Xbox Series X and the PS5, and we're going to make our own exclusives for it, and we're going to try to get as much third-party support as we can? How would people have responded to that? Would they? I mean, would people say, that's cool, I'm interested, let's see what you got? Because I could tell you what they tried to do is exactly the thing that a big-ass, arrogant company would try to do, frankly. I like some of the things that Google does, but them coming in and just saying, like, yeah, we're cloud gaming, that's the future, get on board. And everybody was like, no. And they're like, what do you mean no? And then before you know it, it's dead. And you do have to wonder, like, are any of these companies... See, this is why, man. Like, this is why I really do hold on to PlayStation the way I do. Because what Shawn Layden is speaking to here is something that is encroaching. Like, yeah, it is like the barbarians are at the gate, man. Money is to be made. And Sony is the top dog right now, or like one of the top dogs. And Microsoft is trying to get up there, and I think they're going to, but ironically enough, by spending. And Nintendo's a top, we have three top dogs here, one of which, has struggled. I mean, they've all had their struggles. I guess I'm just trying to say that Microsoft is kind of proving that if you make the right purchasing decisions, you can move up. But I also want to point out that Microsoft has been here for a long time too. I don't really view Microsoft as a new player in the game. They're not. Like, they've been here since 2001. So we have these three main players, Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft. If somebody else enters the fray, like Amazon or Netflix, I think they need to do so by making a console. It might fail hard, but I don't know what else they could do. Like, if they want to get in by just making games, saying Tencent is announcing a console this month, really? Hold on, let me see if there's any truth to this. Where'd you hear this? Because I'm not seeing anything about that. I'm looking it up now. I'm not. Oh, okay. Well, this is from August 2022. Logitech is building a handheld gaming console. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, I guess that technically counts. I'm talking like a traditional home console, you know? When is the last time we saw an actual competent console created by like a company? The KFC console. Yeah, there you go. A company that actually can back it up. That's what I want to know. I wouldn't mind the competition. Saying it was announced literally this week. It has to be a different company then. Let's see. NetEase Games to announce a new console and PC title at Tokyo Game. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I guess it's NetEase. NetEase Games has announced that it will unveil a new title for console and PC. It says a new title. I don't think so, dude. I think you may have it may have been either misreported. I think it was misreported a little bit because I just came across an article that said a new console, and then I read the article and it said a new game for console and PC. It's their new title, Console Simulator. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That'd probably do really well. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I just really wonder like how a big company would fare if they were like, yeah, we're going to make like a PS5 level console. But this is why I hold on to Sony so much, man, because Sony is like, look, Nintendo is still holding on to the console market, but Nintendo is not like, it's just not really for me. I'm not a big fan of the Switch, the fact that it is a hybrid console and it's very underpowered. I respect it. I do it, but it's just not for me. You know, like that's not what I'm drawn to. And the PS5 really is like the console that makes the most sense for me, where it's like it's doing everything I would want a console to do. It's got that convenience factor. It runs games great most of the time. I mean, of course, there are some developers that need to optimize better. It's got great exclusives that I'm always looking forward to them. Love the controller, love the UI. It keeps things simple. It's a social console. The network's good. It's just Sony. I can kind of understand to a degree why like any company, because think about that. Like imagine if you were the head of like one of these companies or in a high position and it's like you're tasked with, you have to compete with PlayStation now. You're not even in the market, but you have to enter the market and this is who you have to compete with. I mean, you're going up against decades and decades of, Sony and even Microsoft. And like I said, Nintendo all learning the hard way through, blood, sweat, and tears. According to Sony, 50% of PS5 owners have a Switch. They are complimentary. Yeah, that seems to be what a lot of people go for. I just don't want to see the console market go away. I don't think it will. Saying Amazon can take the big three on. I think if Amazon really wanted to, they could. I don't know though. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe it's way, way, way harder than we think it is. Maybe that's the reality here. Let me see here. Omen, you're saying Jim Ryan has been with PlayStation since 1994 too. He worked his way up. Because of Jim, PlayStation is absolutely dominates Europe, 85% market share. He deserves some love. I agree. People are extremely harsh to Jim Ryan, and I get it. Even sometimes I question, I think Jim Ryan just has a very different attitude towards all of this than previous generations of head PlayStation CEOs have had. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. In some cases, for some people it can, but honestly, dude, like I really have been thinking for the past, I'd say 24 to 48 hours about PlayStation. I see in the chat you're saying, MBG, you feed into Twitter too much. If you watch some of Jim Ryan's full interviews, you'd see he's a smart guy. Actually, yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, realistically speaking, like I know these days it's all about making jokes and clowning on stuff. But in reality, like if I have followed all of Jim Ryan's interviews, and a lot of the stuff he has said has turned out to be like on the money. Like, yeah, he knew what he was talking about and he was correct. And some stuff, yeah, I mean, some mistakes have been made along the way, but that's to be expected with every company and every executive at certain moments. But I've just been really thinking for the past like 48 hours, 72 hours, not constantly, but just randomly here and there in certain bursts where it's like, you're right, man. I won't lie. I'll be honest, I spend too much time, frankly, reading what other people have to say. Even in my own comment sections. And don't get me wrong, I try to read the comments you guys leave. But sometimes I feel like I have to take a step back because the more I shove into my own brain of what, hundreds of other people have to say, it just creates so much noise in my own head that it's like, take a step back, like think for yourself here. Do you remember MBG Jim Ryan cracking up laughing at Xbox mid-interview? He couldn't hold it together. It was wild. I do know what you're talking about. And that to me is weird to think because it's like there are certain things about Jim Ryan we just don't know. We just don't know because, yeah, there was this interview. It was back, I think, in 2013, shortly after Microsoft revealed the Xbox One and Sony revealed the PS4. And for those who remember, I would say Sony uppercutted Microsoft, but that's not really what happened. It was just Microsoft basically uppercutted themselves. And Sony was just like, okay, well, we're going to run with this now. And I'm not going to bring it up now, but he was being interviewed and he was like basically asked, tell me if I'm misremembering, but he was basically asked like what he thought about Microsoft and like everything that had just happened. And he was just like talking like relatively normally. And he just like kind of started laughing and he kind of couldn't hold it in. He was basically laughing at Microsoft. And I do remember that because it just makes you wonder, because like Jim Ryan, I think he's kind of viewed as somebody who's like very professional businessman, but in reality, like he could very well just be behind the scenes being like fuck Microsoft, bro. Like we hate them. We hate Xbox. I hate Phil Spencer. That's funny, dude. And actually, if you think about the way Jim Ryan has reacted to and not just Jim, but Sony, the way that they've reacted to Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard, actually that kind of is the vibe you get, right? Like they hate them, dude. Like F you. Like just F you guys. Hold on one sec. Sorry, there's just somebody. I just heard my doorbell ring, and I just wanted to. I looked outside and I saw. I don't know. Nobody was there. There was a vehicle. I don't know. Maybe a package being delivered or something. I think Microsoft's listening in. But yeah, to just get back to what I was trying to say. And actually, we have Pig Roach. He's saying if this is true, Sony will get bodied by Nintendo. Pig Roach, can you? Why am I'm struggling to understand what this is in reference to. Because I feel like I'm a little bit late to this chat. Pig Roach, if you're in the chat, let me know what you mean. Like, I just need a little bit more elaboration here. Specs? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know, man. Yeah, Sony, I think, does have to worry about that a little bit. I do. I think Sony has to worry about how powerful the next Switch is. You know, the next Nintendo console, because the last thing Sony wants to have happen is not like, it is true that I think right now both Sony and Nintendo are finding this kind of success kind of bouncing off of one another, where it's like, well, Sony, yeah, we have exclusives, but we also have all the big third-party games and we run them in pretty good fidelity, right? The Switch has the exclusives and it has the portability, but not so much all the third parties. So they kind of work together, you know? They're there's a word I'm looking for here, but for some reason I can't seem to bring it to the forefront of my mind. But they're kind of, you know, again, bouncing off one another. I think that if Nintendo's next console is essentially a more powerful, more capable Switch that can run most third-party games, and it still offers those exclusives, and it offers that portable form factor, Sony might have to worry about that a little bit, because that will be Nintendo encroaching on their market share potentially, where it's like, well, you know, Sony, a lot of people go to your console for exclusives, but a lot of people also go to your console because, you know, your console runs third-party games really well. If Nintendo can just basically tell all of their console buyers that we can run third-party games pretty well too, but it's something we can say for sure, and this is what I don't quite understand, right? Like, we are entering a phase with the PlayStation 5 going forward where the majority of games are going to be PS5, Xbox Series, and PC, and we're leaving behind the older consoles. So the question I have at that point is, okay, so how many of these games are going to be made or ported to the, like, all right, let me take a step back. This is the question I have. Is the next Nintendo console going to be what essentially the Series S is right now, where it becomes the lowest common denominator that games are developed for? Is this a reality? Is this what's going to happen? Pig Roach, you're saying no. I asked this question because, I mean, sales will decide. I don't know that we have an answer to this question, because I see somebody saying probably, others are saying no. Saying Nintendo aren't trying to take PlayStation head on. I don't think they are either. Like, wasn't there a rumor? You guys back, like, you know, let me know if I'm totally off the mark here. I could have swore I read a rumor recently that the new Switch can run Final Fantasy VII Remake, no problem. Was that true? Or was I hearing, was I getting my rumor? Am I getting my rumors mixed up? Okay, so that was the rumor. Yeah, see, that's a big deal. That's a very, very big deal. Because if that's true, then what I just said is very likely going to happen. Because let's think, so Final Fantasy VII but well, hold on. Wait, but you're saying those rumors are fake? Yeah, there was some weird stuff going on recently. I don't know. There's a little bit of confusion. Well, okay, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Maybe it's not true. Or not true. If that is true, what I mean to say, maybe that's not what's going to happen. Because think about this. Oh, the new Switch model, the new Nintendo console, it can run Final Fantasy VII Remake no problem. Oh, that's a big improvement from what we see with the Switch now. Okay, well, let's take a look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth going to PS4? No, it's not. Okay, so that means it's a native PS5 game. Yes. So if I'm not mistaken, I could have swore I covered. I do remember we covered Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and the developer said that we couldn't bring it to PS4 because we're doing more this time. Like it can't run on PS4. That was pretty much what they were saying and communicating. So if that's the case, it almost seems like the new Switch is going to be a generation behind. Right? Like that seems to be where it's going to land, where it's going to get access to all of these games that it once missed out on, but it's still going to miss out on the newest games. What do you think about that assessment? Does that sound like a more accurate assessment of what's about to happen with Nintendo? Saying that's the most likely outcome. Yeah, it seems like it. I think I'm on the mark here. And that's why I said Sony should make a portable PlayStation 4. But that would be Sony in a way kind of choosing to unnecessarily compete with Nintendo for like no reason. Devs will scale down. We'll see, man. We'll see. Because that's the thing. If it's true that some developers are already struggling to scale down to the Series S, we've heard some things about that. How could they go even further than that? That would be, at that point, it's like, I don't know. It'll be very interesting to see, man. It will be. It'll be very interesting to see. I'm very curious in how Nintendo's next gen Switch, which I'm assuming is what it will be. I'm very curious to see how this potentially impacts, the entire market. You're saying, Pigroach, you're saying they will have no choice. I'm not so sure about that. Because assuming you're talking about devs scaling, I'm not so sure because they kind of had a choice now. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. This is a big question mark. It really is. It really is a big question mark. MBG, the last rumor was that the next gen Switch will have the power of a PS4. Oh man, you know what? It almost makes you wonder. Like, could the release of the new Switch basically prevent publishers from moving on? And because if you think about it, publishers have already hung on to cross-gen way longer than they normally would, and they still are. Like, dude, Mortal Kombat. Wait, is Mortal Kombat a PS4 game? I don't. Maybe Mortal Kombat isn't, but like Lies of P, that's a PS4 game. Shit, you know what? I should take a second to look at how many of these upcoming games are going to be PS4. I don't know. It's way too much speculation. It's way too much speculation on my part. But Omen, just to get back to what you said here, yes, Jim Ryan has been with PlayStation since the beginning, man, since 1994. So you got to at least put a little bit of respect on his name for the fact that he's been through the ups and the downs, man. And regardless of what people say, Sony's becoming arrogant. Sony's becoming this. Sony's becoming that. Like, we've seen the market speak before, okay? When Sony truly became, arrogant, like, they just didn't care anymore, like, they're untouchable, people walked the F away in mass. Like, they were just like, peace, we're out. We're good, man. We're not interested. They're not, as of right now, that's not happening. I know some people are very upset about some of the decisions that Sony's made, and I'm not here to defend those decisions. I'm just saying that's not happening, dude. Like, not even close. At least it seems like. I mean, who knows? Maybe Spider-Man will flop or something. But they seem to be just fine, man. And, if I guess I'm just trying to say that if you are Sony and you see that you're doing just fine, you're not going to come to the conclusion that we're making the wrong decisions. It doesn't mean that. So there was this one, I actually want to acknowledge this really quick. There was this one comment from somebody that is worth pointing out. They left this comment, I think, on my last stream where they were like, people who think that Sony's going to be just fine weren't there for like the PS2 generation going into the PS3 and how these things they happen over time. And that's true. Like, Sony is in, they have a lot of inertia. They're a lot of momentum. They're not just going to fall flat, but this is why I've said, and I don't mean to just keep bringing it up, but it will be important to pay attention to. Like, if Sony is on a path that's going to bring them down, we're going to see them start to go down. It's that simple. The logic is that simple. It is, if they are making bad decisions, we are going to see the line start to slowly go downhill. And then when that happens, presumably PlayStation will not panic, but be like, oh, we got to change course. We're making some bad decisions here. But that's not what's happening right now. So we'll see. And to be fair, even at Sony's lowest point with the PlayStation 3, they still ended up making a major comeback that generation. So they got humbled real quick. Let me see. I got a couple of super chats. You're saying Sony would be, I wanted to read this, Leviathan X. You're saying Sony would be successful with or without Jim Ryan right now. I'm not sure what this word is you said, but compare those two situations. Microsoft was actually the good guy, was actually good back then. I don't know. I mean, look, man, it's not as easy as we think. I do think people underestimate how difficult it can be, because you would think that, like, oh, Jim Ryan is coming off of the success of the PS4 generation, so all he's got to do is lay it up, right? But we've seen before, like, remember when that happened with the PS2? Remember when that happened with the Xbox 360? Remember how the people who were in charge of that, all they had to do was lay it up, and they just somehow, they practically just gave the ball to the other team. So it is much easier to fuck up than people, I think, realize when you are in a position of success and you are at the top of the mountain. And I don't know, man. The thing that I have paid attention to with Jim Ryan that a lot of people don't bring up, but to me, it's the most important thing, that some of the most important things that Jim Ryan has said as he's been the leader and the CEO of PlayStation. He has said multiple times that, like, he doesn't want to get complacent, and he's not going to let PlayStation get complacent. And I believe him, dude. I do. Like, I understand, again, there are some decisions that some people question and some things that people believe need improving, but I need, like, what about PlayStation has proven that they've become complacent? I mean, I feel like the only thing you could really realistically say right now is the communication side. Like maybe they've become complacent in the communication side. But outside of that, like what they're actually doing, you're saying, look at this year. I don't think so, man. Truthfully, I don't. I think people confuse misfires with being complacent. So like Forspoken is an example of, I think, a misfire, but Forspoken does not indicate that Sony has become complacent. PSVR 2, again, some people might consider PSVR 2 a misfire, like it just is too expensive or it doesn't have enough support. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but that is what some people think. But that doesn't, to me, that doesn't reveal complacency. You know, like to me, complacency comes in the form of they feel like they're too good to do anything about it, and they don't have to do anything about anything. You know, like complacency in this industry has come in the form of one of two things. Number one, just not doing enough at all, or number two, making really, really bad decisions that, I mean, just immediately sever ties with your fan base. Now, some people with the recent PlayStation Plus price hike, some people have behaved in a way and have said and communicated that like that's what that is. That remains to be seen. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. I don't think that's the case. That's what my gut tells me. But those are basically the two forms in which complacency. And when I say like these poor decisions are driven by, you know, it's like hubris essentially. Like you can't do any wrong, and they find out really quick you can do wrong, and you will feel that. You're saying, come on, MBG. I'm just being honest, man. Don't get me, again, I'm not saying Sony's perfect. I'm not. But I'm just saying, like, these things are not as simple as we want to make them out to be for the sake of convenience. Because it's like, well, it's not our job to know the ins and outs. And you're right. But it's just, if I'm going to have an in-depth conversation about PlayStation, I want to know the ins and outs. I want to see every angle. And there is certainly the angle that Jim Ryan could be the harbinger of doom for PlayStation in the end. He could be. I don't think so, but he could be, man. Like, this guy could have plans to phase out single-player games eventually once he gets his live service game successful. That's a bit, I think that's a bit conspiratorial and fear-mongerish, but that could be exactly what happens, man. We don't know. We don't know what his actual plan is, but what I do know is what he has done so far as the CEO of PlayStation. And it doesn't tell me, like, what he's done as the CEO of PlayStation so far doesn't tell me I should expect less of what I like. You know what I'm saying? That's to me, that's what's been communicated. But it could become like Rockstar. That would be absolute. Nah, I don't think it could ever get that bad, man. That would be horrible. I would go on a strike. I would not a strike. I would boycott PlayStation at that point. You know, but probably to no avail. But yeah, if it ever got that bad, I'd boycott PlayStation. You know, my entire channel would be dedicated to telling people, stop playing PlayStation. Because this is all they care about. Their new online game. Nothing else matters to them. Nah, dude. Sony sells too many copies of games, and their business model relies too much on single-player games to ever allow them to become like a Rockstar, frankly. MBG Nintendo born. All right, let's see here. Omen, thank you for all the super chats, man. You're saying even multi-trillion-dollar Microsoft can't sell consoles. For Jim, selling over 117 million PS5s, more than the PS4, is like getting a platinum trophy. And he's grinding right now. He'll get there. Dude, I love that. I love that analogy. That's so funny. Just imagining Jim Ryan actually thinks of it that way, where he's like, yeah, that's my platinum trophy. Getting to 117 million PS5s. Yeah, I don't know, man. It is kind of fun in a way to follow, these people over the the decades and over the generations to see like how are they handling it compared to how the previous guy did, handled it, or woman, right? I think for Sony though, it's been mostly men CEOs, and it's just going to be so interesting to see what Jim Ryan's legacy for PlayStation is, because I've explained to people, it's a pendulum, man. Like, it's not over till it's over. And right now it's far from over. I know that people have hedged their bets and they've come to their conclusions where, and not to play into the console war thing, but, it exists out there where it's like people are like, hey, man, Microsoft is making purchases and they're on a buying spree. They're not messing around. Sony's time is up and the clock is ticking, and it's just a matter of time until, basically like, hey, next gen, Microsoft's going to dominate. And it's like, well, we're a long ways off from that. And there's a lot that could change. There's a lot that is changing. And there are many, many different things that could happen between now and then for both companies that could dramatically impact the outcome. I think a lot of people, not to bring this up again, but I'm going to bring it up, but it's just to make a point here. A lot of people still don't truly fathom how much money Microsoft is spending on ABK. I don't blame them. How could you fathom that amount of money? But what people don't seem to understand is the level of risk that Microsoft is taking. Now, yes, is it a drop in the bucket for Microsoft? Yes, but it's still significant. And Microsoft is not going... It doesn't matter if you're a multi-trillion-dollar company. You cannot treat $68 billion, nearly $100 billion, like it's nothing. You're literally not allowed to. I don't know if people know that. Like, yeah, we have a market worth of trillions of dollars. It doesn't mean you can treat spending nearly $100 billion like it's nothing. Now, I'm not saying Microsoft is. They're not. I'm just trying to tell people Microsoft is not treating this like it's just like a drop in the bucket. It is significant for them, no matter what. That's part of Phil's job. He has to understand the weight that holds. Lore Cannon, I get what you're saying, but still, it does it's not just, oh, we already made it back. It's that nearly $100 billion spent is nearly $100 billion spent. Like, the idea is it's got to result in something. That's the point. That's what, like, it has to produce results. And seemingly it will. But the reason why I'm saying this is that things can go south for Microsoft or Sony. Okay? Like, we could end up in a situation where the worst decision that Sony ever makes is investing time and money in Bungie and these live service games that they have in development. That could be the worst thing Sony ever does. Like, their games could flop, dude. And they might be like, oh man, we did not. I mean, we knew this was a possibility, but we didn't think it would be this bad. And they might have to just, cut and run in that space, which I think a lot of PlayStation fans would be happy for that. If that were to be what happens. And then at the same time, Microsoft buying a publisher might be the smartest thing they've ever done for the Xbox brand. It could work out that way. It could work out the other way. It could work out that the worst decision Microsoft ever made was buying Activision Blizzard. Maybe Call of Duty starts to tank, and it's just like, they bleed talent, and suddenly they can't keep it running smoothly, and they're struggling. And maybe the smartest thing Sony ever does is, we told you, we invested in live service, and some of our games, while they're maybe not like Fortnite's or GTA Online's, they're doing well for themselves, and it's sustainable. That could be what happens. And so I'm just trying to paint both sides of picture here, or both sides of the coin, clearly, so people understand that, like, right now we really are at an inflection point with both of these companies and the different trajectory and paths that they're on. And we have no idea how it's actually going to play out. And we need to always keep that in mind. No matter how sure we are, we still don't know. The only thing I am sure of is simply this, for PlayStation anyway. The only thing I feel sure of is that PlayStation's not going to stop making single-player games. They're not. No matter what happens. If anything, their single-player games might end up being their safety net going forward. Ironically enough. Okay, let me get to the rest of these super chats very quickly. We have Figuratively Literal. Thank you for the chat, man. You're saying PlayStation caters to a very different market and PlayStation games push boundaries. This line of thought assumes there are no boundaries to push. Yeah, and that to me is the thing that kind of separates what I was saying about, or like makes it more clear, where yes, Sony is going to continue to push boundaries. You are right about that. I think Sony is well aware that they have some of the most talented studios in the industry, and they use cutting edge. I mean, they create cutting edge games graphically, and you know, now people are wanting to see some different gameplay innovations where they can happen and where they can occur. But you're absolutely right, Figuratively Literal, that this is an area that PlayStation has fully embraced. I mean, they embraced it with the PlayStation 3. They just did so in not the greatest way with the cell processor, but it's kind of interesting when you think about, for all the shortcomings that the PS3 had, you can't say that they didn't try to create a very powerful cutting-edge machine. They definitely did. They just didn't realize that developers were going to really struggle with it. The PS4 rectified that, where it was not necessarily a cutting-edge machine, but a powerful enough machine that their studios would be able to do some great things with it, and they went on to do some great things. And the PS5, I think the PS5 is certainly closer to being more cutting edge, or at least when it launched, than the PS4 was, certainly so. And because of that, we're going to see even more come from their studios in terms of trying to, like you said, push certain boundaries. That is something that we continue to see. And I think Microsoft is going to try to do the same thing as well. And this is an area that I do encourage both Sony and Microsoft to be aggressive with one another in, where, like, okay, maybe Microsoft isn't really as Phil said, in the business of selling consoles as much anymore, or like out consoling them, but they both, their main driving factor, both Sony and Microsoft, and the thing that tethers them together, software. Same thing with Nintendo, for that matter. But again, Nintendo, I don't know, is necessarily part of the cutting edge conversation and the pushing the boundaries conversation. But it's clear that Microsoft is trying to do this. And, it's good. I hope that they are aggressive with one another, where I want to see them keep each other on their toes in terms of, like, all right, guys, like, who's going to produce the biggest and best games? I think Sony still has that advantage. I know people are really into Starfield right now, and I don't know, man. Starfield, I don't know if it's because I'm a PlayStation guy, and maybe it is. Like, I'm assuming it is, but I feel like the conversation around Starfield is not like. I'll be real right now, man. I think Baldur's Gate 3 ate their lunch, dude. Like, I'm not saying, like, this is not a Microsoft thing or a Sony thing. Like, I really am thinking, like, I think Baldur's Gate 3 may have eaten their lunch, because the conversation around Baldur's Gate 3, I could not fucking escape it. Like, I didn't even want it to be a thing that I was exposed to, and I couldn't escape it. And right now, there is a lot of conversation around Starfield, but it just doesn't, like, it. I think that they were late to the party, man. I think Baldur's Gate 3 may have undercut them, dude. Like, cut them off at the knees. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Again, that's just the feeling I get. I'm not saying that's the sentiment. I could be completely wrong. But that's the feeling I get. And that is, I guess all I'm saying is, I would have never expected that, if that is true. Only because Dude, I didn't hear anything about Baldur's Gate 3 leading up to its launch. I didn't. Yeah, and that's true too. Yeah, B Flesher. And and we'll see if that changes. It's not out for 70% of people. True. That is true. That is true. So we'll see, man. But it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how dynamic the conversation becomes after tomorrow. I think it actually comes out tomorrow. But ironically enough, that's when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out as well. So it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just a timing thing. But yeah, no hate for Starfield. It's not. I think Starfield, from what I can tell, it's doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Mostly, like people are happy. I'm not seeing many complaints really. Again, I see some people. I mean, I have been exposed to some people really trying to go out of their way to tear Starfield down, and it's like, I get it if you're really trying to do the console war, platform war thing. I get that, but it looks fine to me, man. Man, I really do wonder if Sony's gonna try to actually make a big RPG like that. I don't mean like in the vein of a Bethesda RPG, but just like something that can be like much more heavily involved in the RPG conversation. Does Sony even want to do that? I don't know, man. BioWare just suffered layoffs. Thing will take years. Yeah, and Pigroach, actually, I got another super chat from you. You're saying, according to Play Tracker, Starfield already surpassed 1 million players on both Xbox and Steam pre-launch. This is insane. Good game, Microsoft. Yeah, if that's true, man, that is impressive. That is impressive because you're talking about, paying for the premium version of the game or, to gain early access to it. Yeah, it could just be what I just said about how like it feels like the conversation isn't as strong as I expected. It simply could just be because the actual game hasn't released yet to the majority of people. So, that's, I don't know, man. That is the nature of kind of doing these early access releases. Sometimes it can spread the conversation out and compartmentalize it in a way. So we'll see. Tomorrow will be a interesting day, Omen86, again, thank you, man. Appreciate all the super chats, dude, and all the membership gifts. You're saying the fact is Xbox never made any profit ever since the OG Xbox. It's a money pit without Big Daddy Microsoft money. They would have been bankrupt. That is true. That is true. But at the same time, here's the funny thing about that. That is a fact, but it's also a fact that is Microsoft's greatest strength, for better or for worse. It is true that Microsoft, if Xbox had to operate on its own, and the same could be said maybe for Sony during the early PS3 era, but if Xbox had to operate on its own, it would have went under by now. It would have, and that wouldn't have been good. I mean, if some people probably be like, yeah, fuck Microsoft, they're gone, but it wouldn't have been good because it's like, well, that's one less competitor, and that's the chances of somebody taking their place pretty low, unfortunately. But it is their greatest strength though, because think about what people are saying about Microsoft versus Sony right now, right? It's like, well, Sony's got, they got studios, they got talent, they got games, but Microsoft is making the moves, man. Microsoft is out here and they're making the big purchases. Sony can't match that. And maybe, yeah, that's true. You're right. Sony would never be able to buy Activision for that amount of money. Hell no. So it's like, even though that is true, it's not stopping them from doing what it is they need to do to find their own success. And maybe that doesn't mean, you're right, like, in a way, it is a money pit because it's like so much money has been invested in it. But you know what I think? And this kind of harkens back to what we were talking about with what Shawn Layden said. Shawn Layden saying that the barbarians are at the gate, Netflix, Amazon, so on and so forth, Meta, Apple. maybe that is what has instilled enough confidence into Microsoft to say, we're just going to go, man. Like, we're just going to make these purchases because we see the barbarians are at the gate. And I don't want to count out Sony just yet. Not to dive into this conversation again, but just to reiterate, like, I do think that Sony should try their absolute best to avoid buying a publisher. I don't think Sony buying a publisher benefits us really at all, if I'm being honest. I just, it would benefit me as a content creator, no doubt, and it would benefit maybe a lot of fans who want something to like prop up for PlayStation, be like, check, yeah, Sony's doing this shit too, man. No doubt about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd probably have a field day, truthfully, content-wise, if Sony decided they were going to buy a publisher. But from a play, like from just an actual, like, stepping outside of that and removing myself from that for a moment, I don't think there's much for us to gain from that. Like, I mean, the biggest thing Sony could do is buy a publisher and pull a Bethesda and say, all your games belong to us now, exclusive. And obviously the fan base would go nuts. If Sony bought like Capcom or Konami or something and said, all their games are exclusive to our platform going forward in the PS5, yeah, the fan base would go nuts, just like the Xbox fan base did with Bethesda. But it's like, but weren't you going to get those games anyway? You know what I'm saying? So it is kind of toxic in a way, where and it was somewhat toxic with the Bethesda thing, where it's like the only thing Microsoft really gave them was you can now brag about the fact that that these games aren't going to PlayStation. And yeah, and so like everybody in the room kind of understood the message being sent, like, well, yeah, like that's what you paid for, right? And if Sony did that, everybody would understand the message in the room at that point as well. But just trying to speak from just a completely like honest, like there's no console wars, there's no platform wars, there's none of that. What do you get from that? You know what I mean? Like, what are we gaining from that really? If Sony tells us that all these games you were gonna get either way, you're still gonna get, but now you have the added benefit of the competition isn't getting them. It's that's why I just don't know that Sony buying a publisher is worth that risk, because it's just, I don't know. Like maybe it is to them. But I'm at a point where I don't know that Sony would do this. Like I don't know that this is the smartest business decision to make, but I would just like to see Sony build studios. And maybe that's not possible now, or more difficult than it's ever been, because the talent pool in the gaming industry is what's difficult to maintain and difficult to actually come by. And it is actually genuinely impressive that Sony has been able to retain as much talent as they have. Like, I don't think people give Sony enough credit for that, where that's not an easy thing to do. Don't get me wrong, there's always people leaving PlayStation and new people coming on board and people going from one company to another. That happens constantly. But generally speaking, Sony has a lot of talent within PlayStation Studios, and they have kept them very happy and maintained that. And you could argue that is their ace in the hole in the long run, potentially, like their ability to do that. And that is why I just don't know that Sony has this intention to be like, we're just going to buy a publisher, right? Because it's like, well, first off, you have to evaluate the talent of that publisher, their IP catalog, their mistakes, the things that they're doing wrong, the things that you would change, the overhead you might have to deal with. Yeah, saying the conditions on PlayStation Studios are hard to find elsewhere. It seems that way, man. Sergeant, you're saying, didn't Sony help Haven and Deviation Studio build their studio up while making their first party exclusive games. They did, yeah. Although I think with Deviation Games, it went poorly. Shems, you're saying you got to run, man. All good, dude. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. Take care, man. Sorry, I see people coming in all the time and saying, and Tony Tone, what's up, dude? I try. It's hard. I try to like acknowledge people coming in and coming and going, but I get so in my thoughts here. I cannot drink any more of this coffee, dude. Oh my lord, that is so bad. That's probably damaging me. I'm just so used to drinking my coffee during a stream. And Omen, sorry man, I missed this super chat from you saying you love the mug. Yeah, it's just a random PlayStation mug I came across. It actually like changes color with heat. Like when when you put a hot beverage in it like coffee, it turns white. And when it's cool, it just stays black. And I was like, oh, it's pretty, sure, it's neat. Why not? A little nerdy maybe, but I don't know. I like it. I'm glad you like it too, man. Omen, you're saying, I'm not hating on Xbox, but some people pretend like it's very successful. It's not. They're spending crazy amounts of money. Shareholders want results. They do, yeah. I mean, there have been fluctuations with Microsoft shares during this process with ABK. But I will tell you, the shareholders are convinced, seemingly, and I've noticed this, that they're going to make a lot of money in the long run from Activision Blizzard being acquired. Like the shareholders actually want this to go through, which is fascinating to me. And I think that does reveal that there is a very long-term plan in place, and the shareholders trust Microsoft's plan here. But it is true, like people do need to, I think, understand that it's not like the type of resounding success yet. Like it is a long-term play. I think from a public relations standpoint and a narrative standpoint and, just a more, again, forward-facing standpoint, I think it's easy for it to be like, this is a big success. Microsoft's spending more money and they're happy to do so, and they're giving people better deals and better values, and they got more studios and ever. So it's like, and you can't expect people to really care about the financial side of it. But the truth is, a lot of what, Sony, but also in this case, Microsoft, it is long-term investment. And as I've said, with long-term investment, it can go poorly. It can go south. We've seen it happen. But with these companies, I mean, Microsoft and Sony have both been in the industry for so long that neither of them, I think, at this point are liable to make a knee-jerk decision that cripples their brand. At least you would hope that they're beyond that point, right? So, interesting times ahead. No doubt. But I totally get what you're saying, Omen. And that's the thing, like from the Sony side of things, I really, really wonder. I wish we could get some kind of, I know we can't, but I just really do wonder if Sony is pursuing a publisher or if they care about pursuing a publisher. I don't know, man. It's pointless to even ask that question because you know what the thing is about Sony right now, guys? We don't know really anything. As we've established. Like we don't. We know a state of play is coming, but we don't know Sony's strategy here. I mean, Sony just increased the price of PlayStation Plus, and I've seen a lot of people have said Sony has to justify this with an upcoming state of play. They have to do something. They have to do something to justify this. And they might. But we don't. But Sony, I swear, man, Sony will keep you hanging on to the 11th hour. That's what they do. You guys notice that? Sony's like, they'll wait till the very last, but they do it with everything. They do it with their state of plays. They do it with the marketing of their games, with their announcements now. It's interesting. And it seems to work, man. Yeah, I wonder if Sony might try to go after Ember Lab, or maybe they already have. these negotiations are probably tough, man. I have to imagine, no matter who you're talking to, whether you're talking to an independent studio, you're talking to a publisher, these negotiations are probably very, very tough. Because Sony, I don't think Sony, they can't do what Microsoft does, where it's just like, hey, we'll just pay way more than maybe even than the market value, right? I mean, I guess Sony could do that. They kind of did do that with Bungie, actually. So I guess they can. It's just a matter of how often are they willing to do that. Sony did pay above market value for Bungie, but they did it because they cared about the retention. Like, they want to make sure they have money to invest into the talent and keep them there, which is so interesting. But yeah, I know the topics are a little bit sporadic today, but I had to be sure to talk about. I mean, we went way off track here, but getting back to the topic, I don't have anything else to say about it. But the last topic we did discuss here was about what Shawn Layden had to say, and yeah, man, I hope nothing bad happens in this industry when it comes to those companies. William, you're saying utterly idiotic purchase Bungie was. We don't know yet, man. I get it. I totally get it. Like, sometimes I even forget Bungie is a PlayStation studio now. I do forget that. But we don't know, dude. Like, the proof will be in the pudding. And the pudding in this case is the live service experiences that Sony's developing. If these live service experiences fail, and they fail hard, then yeah, this was a huge mistake on Sony's part buying Bungie. Because the last report we heard from Jason Schreier is that, Bungie essentially has to give their seal of approval to all of these live service games. And it's understandable why Sony would task them with doing that, because Bungie, they've proven. Bungie's fascinating to me, dude, because I see them get so much hate. I mean, Destiny gets so. I mean, I see people complaining and just talking about Destiny in a way that convinces me that, man, this game must be really bad. Or not the game, but like the monetization and the way Bungie's handling it, like they piss off their community. And then I see the numbers, and the numbers tell it's interesting. It's almost like what we see with Sony, where it's like, is this a vocal minority? Because, dude, Bungie's numbers with Destiny are like perfectly fine. Like, they're like, last I heard, they're making more money. They're have more players than ever before, and I'm like, then what is all this? Is it the Call of Duty effect, where it's like you still see people, and I'm kind of one of these people sometimes, like complaining about where Call of Duty is now and the decisions that the studios and Activision has made for Call of Duty. And it really just comes down to like, yeah, Call of Duty's fine. And even though there's like a small group of, maybe not small, but a group of people that talk negatively about Call of Duty, they're talking negatively in the context of they miss the good old days, like it's just they're not happy with modern day, the changes that have been made, but they're in the minority because like everybody else is sending the signal that, yeah, we like this, man. I came across this video, and I have to find this video. Oh, man, it would be great to react to this video with you guys. I'm not going to do it on this stream because it's a longer video, and I didn't even watch the whole thing. And it was actually a really small, well, not really small, but a smaller YouTuber. I don't know why I'm doing air quotes. Why am I doing air quotes? What the hell's wrong with me? But it was from this smaller YouTuber. I think he had like 12K subscribers or something. But this video had like a couple 100,000 views. And the video, I was just kind of curious to click on it. It was titled something along the lines of like modern gaming sucks or something, or just, just really negative. And I come across these videos all the time, dude. I don't know if you guys do, but they're always showing up for me, which is people telling me like how much they hate the gaming industry and how much they hate how things have changed and what sucks about modern day gaming. And I just get tired of hearing it because it's like, I get it. Then just move on, man. Like I get it, but it's just, it becomes overwhelming with the amount of complaining where it's like, dude, I get it, man, but we're not in 2007 anymore. We're not. Like, we're just not. And I don't understand why people continue to beat this dead horse. It's like, we need to go back. We're not going back. We never are. Ever. The closest you'll get to going back are remakes and remasters, ironically enough. But the industry it's evolved, man, just like every other industry. And I'm not saying it's all peaches and cream either. I'm not. There are problems. But I think people pretend like there were no problems. It's rose-tinted glasses, man. Like, people pretend there were no problems with games in 2005, 6, 7, and 8 and not, you know what I mean? Like, one of the experiences that I think about frequently is one of my first multiplayer gaming experiences, which was Metal Gear Solid 3 Online. It came with Metal Gear Solid Subsistence. And if I sit here and think in just from my own brain and think, oh, I remember it. Yeah, I'm remembering it right now. I'm remembering the maps, the gameplay, the game modes, and it's like, oh my God, it was the best. It's like, it's better than anything I play today. Oh yeah? You think so, MBG? Go back. Go back. Go play. Because you can set it up. Go play Metal Gear Online 3 or 1, right? From MGS 3. Get a PS, like, just the point I'm trying to get at is that if I were to actually go back in time, pick up my PlayStation 2 controller right now and play this game, I'd be like, oh my God, this kind of sucks. You know, like, things have really improved and changed for the better. And that's the thing, was like, at the time, it was phenomenal. It was. And in my brain, it remembers the time and place, and it's like, yes. I'm looking back with rose-tinted glasses, man. It was so good. And it was. But if somebody came out with a multiplayer experience like that today, people would be like, what the fuck is this? You know, like, this is not it. This has got to change a lot. And that's the way it is, man. I know people want to pretend that things haven't improved and they've only gotten worse, but that's simply not true. It's simply not true. Do things get out of balance? Yes. But I want to again remind people that there were problems back then too. There were problems with games back then too. There were problems with these companies back then. So, but anyway, I wanted to say this video, I watched about, I think like the first 8 minutes, and it was entertaining, man. Like, I could see why this video had hundreds of thousands of views, even from a smaller YouTuber, because it was very entertaining. But I won't lie, man, like, it was just a situation where, as I was watching more and more of it, I just was thinking to myself, like, dude, you gotta stop playing video games, man. Because he had 18 reasons. And again, it was very comically driven, which I appreciate. And I got to see if I can find this video so we can react to it. Maybe, you know, send some viewers his way, because it was a good video. But the point, like, it was comically driven, but the points he was making were like legitimate. Like, he was actually trying to convey points. And some of the stuff he said, like, I agree with. Like, there are flaws here, man. But 18 things, it was just like, dude. It was actually kind of funny because when he opened up his video talking about Fall Guys and saying, why the F does Fall Guys have a battle pass? And I get what you're saying. Like, I understand. It's like the battle pass. Oh man, the dreaded battle pass. But it's like, don't people realize that that always exists, dude? It does. Like, first it was the loot boxes, but what came before the loot boxes? The You guys remember that this was, and I will say this was one of the dumbest things that the industry did, and I'm so glad it died quick. You're saying the PlayStation section was trash in that video. I didn't even see it, actually. I didn't know there was a PlayStation section. Yeah, I gotta find this video. And now I'm really curious. I didn't realize that. But you remember how before the loot boxes, for like a certain period of time, there was you would purchase a game and it had the online pass. Do you guys remember that? You guys remember that? Like, I know it's not necessarily the same because that was like kind of prior to microtransactions, but prior to microtransactions, there was DLC. And you remember the problem with DLC was, oh, it's great that they're continuing to support the game, but if you don't buy it, then you can't play it, and therefore the player pool just shrunk, and it continues to shrink. And this is where I'm saying, like, it's just there's always something, and even going back like further to like PS2 online gaming days, right? People might say, oh, those were the best gaming days, but it's like, what was it really? Because think about it, like there were major flaws in these multiplayer experiences for the PlayStation 2, and there were no updates. There was no support of any kind. Like you just had no choice. You have to accept this is what the game is with all of its flaws. And granted, that's a fine thing as well, but there's no DLC. There's no more content. There's minimal server support most of the time. There's no updates to balance things out or make changes. So it's like there were problems. And there are problems now. And if the biggest problem now is a battle pass, okay. Well, there's got to be some problem somewhere, right? Like the perfect gaming industry doesn't exist, dude. It doesn't, and it never will. So for every, I don't believe, I think some people talk about this industry like this industry has just simply always been 2 steps forward, 3 steps backward. I don't think so. I think for some companies and some decisions, yes. But I think generally speaking, it's been 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like to me, that's the gaming industry where things overall have improved dramatically, but there are still problems and there are still dumb decisions that are made. So, and I'm not defending a battle pass because I don't know. I could see the issues with battle passes. I'm just saying that it's, I think generally speaking, multiplayer games have improved a lot. And I think at this point in time, it's kind of proven that, people like a lot of what these multiplayer games are doing. And then I think people become very jaded and they're like, well, they're all just sheep. And I get that too. And maybe that is true. I mean, I don't play Fortnite, but I have accepted that like there's something great there. Whether I like it or not, there's something great there that people love. Because if there wasn't, they wouldn't be there. Flat out. It doesn't work that way, man. Like most of the time, you're saying if you want to react to it, it's at the 10-minute and 24-second in the video. Devil Shooter, really quick, can you give me the name of that video again? Because maybe I will, because I'm actually really curious. This should be fun. MBG off topic, but you don't have to answer, but have you seen the Nicolas Cage flashlight mod in Starfield? I have not. Damn, dude. That sounds wild. Nicolas Cage flashlight mod. Yeah, Devil Shooters. Just give me the name of that video because I don't think I have it in my watch history. I'd have to double check. I think you guys might, I don't know, maybe we could just react to the whole video. Modern gaming is self-deficient. Okay. All right, let me, give me a second to bring this up. All right, hold on. Let me, Where is... What happened to my screen capture? Is it gone? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, why does it look like that? Hold on. Let me, I don't know why it zoomed in. There we go. All right. Let's watch this together, because it's pretty entertaining, but you're saying it's... So we'll just watch the whole thing. Oh, shit. It's 28 minutes long. All right. Let's just see. Let's just go with it. Let's go with it. Oh, shit. Hold on. So I'm sorry. Hold on. I just realized there's no, you guys can't hear it. I'm sorry. I wasn't set up for this. Let's try this one more time.
Why does Fall Guys have a battle pass? You want to escape? You want a whimsical adventure? You want to fall back on gaming as a comfort crutch? Fuck you, grind for cat ears. This is modern gaming. Don't be fooled by those who claim it's never been a better time to be a gamer.
Hey.
Modern gaming is the dick that'll say anything it can to fuck you. Modern gaming is the printer ink that deactivates itself if you don't have enough V-Bucks. Modern gaming is the gun I want to use to kill. The era of the complete, cozy, satisfying weekend rental is over. Games are bigger than ever, longer than ever, more broken than ever, and worst of all, less fun than ever. Don't bother getting your friends together to play the quirky multiplayer minigames from ATV Off-Road Fury 2. They're fucking done. The guys at the top are done. They figured it out. Video games are done. Recently, my friends and I got together to play some old fun games facilitated by the Master Chief Collection, a collection of all the Halo games before Halo 5. Exactly 0 people knew how invites worked, data installs for specific
this shit made me laugh.
worked, or how any of the cursed and wretched UIs worked. File shares were broken, clients were crashing, but we all fucking worked through it until we were finally able to experience the bliss that is Duck Hunt and Jenga on Halo 3. But that's what modern gaming is now.
Oh my god, dude. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty funny. It's a well-made video. Omen, you're saying Sony's tech is so good, the Vita still feels modern to date. The Vita can do things the Switch still can't. It was ahead of its time. I'll cherish it. Yeah, man. Agreed. Sony, I do hope one day, I don't think it'll be anytime soon, but I hope one day we get a new cutting-edge handheld from Sony, because you're right, dude. From everything I've heard, people love the Vita. Hey, yo, no, come here. He just tried to bite my my camera cord, dude. I think he moved it a little bit. Boss. All right, you need some catnip. Hold on. I'm going to play this video, and I'm going to give him some catnip, because he's starting to misbehave.
A morsel of fun, wrapped in the most cynical pudding of broken code and $500 million budgets to ever exist. All right, listen. This is going to be an unorganized video, and we're going to jump from topic to topic. There's literally 0 way to organize my disdain and cynicism for this industry that currently stands, so let's just pretend that this is a list video. What's the list video called? Top 18 reasons modern gaming has made my dick stop working. Number 1.
Oh my god.
Halo Infinite and Cyberpunk 2077 and No Man's Sky and Madden NFL and Battlefield and Star Citizen. AAA games hate you. They hate the notion that they have to actually entertain you, so instead they just wish upon a star and promise it'll all come together someday. Every Madden game that's released is trashed by the pros and littered with bugs. Literally every ambitious video game launches in the state that No Man's Sky did. Quote unquote everything simulators like Star Citizen that promise the world, rob you blind, and fuck your dog. Cyberpunk 2077 had the audacity to have a great art style and amazing soundtrack while also enacting Poland's wish for its very own divine showcase for overhyped technical buffoonery. And Halo Infinite has the otherworldly nerve to make a roadmap announcing the beta for Match XP as a fucking feature. Needless to say,
Oh my
very
God.
few developers have the ability to rein it in and have a pep talk good enough to stop smoking meth in the fucking break room long enough to turn their games around. Hello Games is the shining example everyone
Oh
loves
my
to bring
God,
up with
this
how they
guy's
turned
going
No Man's
in
Sky around from a
hard.
broken, unplayable mass of shit to something that people pretend is fun to play. A pure sandbox without fluid feel still sounds like a bad time to me, but hey, some journalists changed their ratings, so we all better go on Twitter and tell the masses the consensus has changed. Why even bother releasing the game in 14 months when we can release it in 15 minutes? Todd Howard, I haven't even finished the wall textures in the first level.
14 minutes and 56 seconds!
Hyping any video game up these days just leaves you with the same feeling you get when a beautiful girl doesn't appreciate your hard-earned 100% save file in Sonic Adventure 2. Disappointment. My Chow can run circles around you, Francine. They're champion fighters and can fly high so they can reach the highest of all the heavens, Francine. Why don't you love me, Francine? Number 2, you keep buying it. These games demonstrate the bare minimum for what could be considered software, and the market has spoken. We'll be angry, but god damn it, take my money. Even though nobody plays these games after.
Okay, so this is actually yes, people buy it. Like he just said it himself. Like the market speaks. You could look. I'm not saying he should have. Clearly, he didn't. But you could end the video right here. Like, yeah, dude, enough said. The market has decided, like, they're okay with all of this, regardless of the flaws you're pointing out, you know? Like, and how obviously, clearly upset this man is at the gaming industry right now. You could end it here. But it is, I'm glad, it's a good thing he acknowledged this because it is true, man. It is true that people have decided, like, this is just how it happens. This is how it goes.
After launch, they line up to buy it. It makes my fucking jaw drop. The amount of raw, unfiltered, hardened, diamondized, reinforced, ionized copium surrounding the rocky launch of AAA games with $500 million budgets is too much. You all need to snap out of it and do something more worth your time and money, like getting a payday loan. Everyone fucking knows you're gonna spend it on FIFA's Ultimate Team anyway, you stupid fucking idiot. Number 3, matchmaking is dumb now. In 2007, Bungie dropped the angelic sex toy that was Halo 3. Kept you coming back for more and the orgasms only got better. You got to play the game with your friends, finding matches was transparent, the UX was fat and thick, those pre and post game lobby fights, the service records, and even the limited events before the live service battle passes of modern day. Rock hard, flaccid, titanium, tinfoil, crunchy peanut butter, store brand expired smooth brain peanut butter. What once was a valuable
I feel like he's
tool
going
for
in
matching
really
players
hard
into
on
fun and
Halo
engaging
for, like,
matches
no
morphed into
reason.
the half-working algorithm that ranks the
Well, I mean, he has
percentage
his
chance you
reasons,
fuck
but
someone on OkCupid.com. Skill-based matchmaking, or similar backpack marmalade, takes your stats and matches it
Similar
with some other
backpack
basement
marmalade.
dweller with stats agonizingly similar, so that you can have a neat, precise, bleak, gray, infographic 50% win rate. No more social playlists, just sweat and unemployment. If you're not smoking enough crack to keep up with these little shits that just got picked up from detention, then get ready for the extremely clever shit talking in the DMs.
Okay, hold on. How do you guys feel about skill-based matchmaking? Because I feel like this is a heated topic. And I don't know. I see people complain about it constantly. And I know it exists. It's real, obviously. You guys, dude, I'm telling you, man, like, I don't experience this. Like, I don't. Like, I have rounds. Like, the last time I played Call of Duty, like, I fucking murdered, bro. Like, straight up. Like, I was at the top of the leaderboard, like, 3 or 4 times in a row. And then, like, maybe one game I have, like, a mediocre match. But I don't know, man. I don't, is it just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Everybody says they hate skill-based matchmaking. I'm beginning to wonder if, like, people have just gotten worse at video games, and they have decided that they have to blame skill-based matchmaking to convince themselves that they haven't gotten worse at video games. Because it's like, well, if you were dominating in Call of Duty in 2007, 8, and 9, well, you know, that's over a decade ago. Could it be possible that you are now like an older generation of gamer and you're going up against a younger generation that is basically what you used to be? Is that a possibility? Maybe, maybe not. I'm just saying, like, I've played many multiplayer games that have skill-based matchmaking, and I've never ran into this problem, man. Hey, like, I know somebody personally that constantly complains about skill-based matchmaking and is convinced that skill-based matchmaking is ruining his multiplayer experience. And I see him consistently suck, dude, like every game. And I'm like, I know this sounds harsh, but it's like, dude, I just think you're not good at the game. And that's fine. Like, not everybody has to be good, but it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Saying woke matchmaking, everybody should get a trophy. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, dude. I'm curious to see with Sony's multiplayer games that they have matchmaking. I know it's real, and I know the purpose of skill-based matchmaking is to even it out. So it's like, well, if this person has like a 1.0 KDR, this person, we're going to match them with as many people as possible that have that almost exact same, not just a KDR, but stats. Like it is a refined algorithm. But I don't know, dude. I'm not saying I don't have bad matches. I definitely do. I definitely do. You're saying Activision patent, bro. Inform yourself. Yeah, maybe I'll have to look into that. You know, it probably is going to get even more complex, I bet you, if that's what you're referring to, where it gets even more like, hey. I mean, you're like, there, you know what? I want to say this. There have been times where I played Call of Duty, and this freaked me out, dude. This freaked me the hell out. This was a while ago, but I would play Call of Duty and I would be convinced like there's something happening in the background of every match I play. And you guys tell me, for anybody who's played Call of Duty, if you've experienced this, where you start the game and you are fucking dominating, dude. Like this other team does not stand a chance. Like you're hitting every shot. I mean, you're just boom, boom, but you're John Wicking them, right? But then, like halfway through the match, it's like a switch flips. And suddenly, you're not hitting all your shots. And you're not John Wick. And suddenly, the other team is either making a full-blown comeback or working their way back up to even it out. And you're saying you're probably bots. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so, because I would hear other people chatting on the other side. And it's like, I don't know. It like freaked me out. I'm like, is there some kind of weird, like, I don't know, switch that's being flipped every match that just is like to purposely balance it? I know maybe people would say that is skill-based matchmaking. You're saying it's map control? It could be that. Yeah. It's just weird to me because it's like people literally go from playing like garbage during a match to just suddenly now they're good. Like they went from being, oh man, dude, these guys don't stand a chance. We're wiping the floor with them, to like, oh, they're shit. Now we got to sweat in the middle of a game. I don't know. Maybe that's just the nature of it, though. Maybe that's just the nature of it. All right, sorry. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
So yeah, you're gay.
Best
What happened to fun?
possible
What happened to progression?
spot to
How
just
many
start the
challenges
video.
do I have to complete today to unlock male fertility? Progression used to mean steady progress, no matter what.
XP coming at you, baby. Nice job in that last match. You did really well, and you're improving. Good job.
Battle passes
Freaking
ruined
allergies, man.
matchmaking because you're pressured into the natural need to progress. No longer are you drunkenly making bets with your friends trying to no-scope noobs upside down on the couch with the blood rushing to your head. You've effectively evolved into the kid's washed-up Adderall dealer sweating hard and long enough to get 35 kill streaks to unlock the weed P90. Matchmaking isn't
God
fun, it's
damn.
not transparent, and you can't even see how many players are online anymore, unless you read too closely at dev blogs talking about fucking playlist health, or frown long enough until you're magically looking at steamcharts.com, and it fills me with an endless soulless void wishing for my own death. And that's if you can even bear how long it takes to install the fucking game you want to play. Speaking of, number 4, it takes the latter half of your adolescent years for Call of Duty to install.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, you're taking down the internet for the whole fucking apartment complex. Could you please get off? I mean, Jesus Christ. Listen, man, I'm just saying it's not that good. Number 5, remasters of remasters of half my fucking shelf is remasters. You know, God fucking forbid the industry come up with a new idea. Reboot this,
It is
reboot
true,
that,
though.
reboot
It
my
is
foot up
true.
my own ass and charge me $70. The Last of Us was originally released to critical acclaim, and then re-released 1 year later to critical acclaim, and then re-released again in 2022 with a shiny new title, and the critics finally shat on it. Just kidding, it released to critical acclaim. Don't get me wrong,
Dude, I
shotgun
love it.
hot
Just
cold
kidding,
cans
it
and
released to
member berries
critical
just as much
acclaim,
as the
too.
next aging depressed Tumblr fan, but we all roll over like a happy fucking puppy when we learn publishers want to charge us again for the same fucking game. There's never been one single re-release with bad reception, except for all of these titles. And even then, they become the definitive way to play those games.
Oh, man, that
and
shit's
in some
funny.
cases, ruining the original artistry of the work itself. It's beyond cynical, but honestly kind of funny that 343 slapped what was basically a fan mod texture pack on one of the most beloved video games of all time, and boxed it up with its own artwork that looks like it was copied from some 240p Xbox 720 console concept design YouTube video.
Holy
and
shit.
patted themselves on the back and said, holy shit, we are so fucking awesome that we're gonna focus on every single wrong key area possible and shit all over the goodwill of the most patient fan base in existence in perpetuity. Games like the Master Chief Collection and ironically
damn.
the new Last of Us Part 1 PC port should have been NBA Street Volume 2 style slam dunks where all they had to do was not screw it up.
Yo, shout out to
It took
NBA
Master
Street.
Chief Collection almost 5 years to be considered playable, and I'm sure The Last of Us Part 1 will go the route of the GTA trilogy, where marketing will claim the game is fixed with a huge patch even though it wasn't, and promptly abandoned since there's no battle pass. Now, I want to make something very
pass.
clear. I want to play these old games. I want to be able to prove that I own a copy of a game from another generation and be able to play it. No questions asked. That's just a little tight butthole called backwards compatibility. What would simplify this mess? Emulate the game instead of porting it! Number 6. Why can't PlayStation and Nintendo realize their back catalog with quality emulation? The Nintendo Entertainment System came out in 1983 and has about 720 games. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System came out in 1990 and has about 1,750 games. The Sony PlayStation came out in 1995 and has about 3,060 games. The Nintendo 64 came out in 1996 and has about 390 games. One of them being Ocarina of Time, which Dylan won't shut the fuck up about and is mid at best. The PlayStation 2 came out in the sizzling year 2000 and has a whopping 4,379 games. The Nintendo GameCube came out in 2001 and has about 652 games. In total, that's roughly 10,900 games. How many of these games can you still play today? 1. I'm pretty sure Crash Bandicoot 2 works pretty good with an emulator. Sony and Nintendo both called me on the phone and said,
Shut the fuck up, you idiot! God, you're stupid!
Jesus.
You don't even deserve to see color. You're so fucking stupid. The whole world should be in black and white.
their words, not mine. The fact that Sony and
Wow.
Nintendo have so many IPs wasting away will never make
This
sense
guy
to me.
is-
For
he
the jaded
is
audience like
very
me,
upset,
all I want
man.
is access to the games during the era you used to be cutting edge and exciting. Compared to today, everything is soft, rounded, safe, and monetized. Back in the day, FMVs were weird and experimental, gameplay never had a single rule as to how it needed to be controlled, and creativity was at an all-time high. Now today's bastions of creativity live on the coked out boards of 4chan, or over-realized, overinflated, overly specific simulators launched on Kickstarter, such as eyebrow piercing and butthole enema simulator. Number 7, all PlayStation games.
Holy shit, dude. All PlayStation games are C
You got
tier
games like
AMC
God of
dramas.
War or Horizon Forbidden West sprinkled next to these AA roguelikes such as Returnal. That's Sony's entire modern library. Here's my point. A game doesn't have to be a cinematic masterpiece. There's other ways to keep a player engaged, but it can't be fun, according to this guy, and this guy. Sony games are cynically overproduced TV shows. And to illustrate that, I'll introduce you to Jeremy. Jeremy has seen some Marvel movies when he was a kid, won't shut up about Breaking Bad, and unironically watched some shows on the CW. Jeremy is going to play God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West 5 times each because everyone on Reddit is discussing the lore of all the moments he was too bored to focus on. Jeremy also feels the obligation to join constructive Reddit threads about the merits of the $100 million video game. Jeremy also pretends to have always loved Spider-Man before buying the PS4 game. Jeremy has nothing to do with himself because he's alone and undriven. Jeremy has depression. Jeremy is going to rewatch Breaking Bad a few more times and play God of War again. Jeremy has to move some installs off his secondary drive to the internal drive, and that's probably going to take an hour. Jeremy figures he'll try a new video game like Pizza Tower, but it's unfamiliar to him. Jeremy can't sleep at night. Jeremy is going to play Horizon Forbidden West. Jeremy overeats. Jeremy got rejected by the girl at work. Jeremy is going to join a forum for Sony game fanfiction. Jeremy is insecure and feels like he's learned nothing in life. Jeremy is going to binge watch Better Call Saul. Jeremy is going to play The Last of Us Part 2. Jeremy is surprisingly still alive. Number 8.
Oh my god. Dude, holy shit. I don't even know how to react to any of that,
Start
dude.
a game company and make a new IP. Know what you're gonna make? Biomutant. It's a halfway semi-decent creative idea that's too ambitious to
Pour
fully
one out
flesh
for
out in
Jeremy.
a satisfiable
Goddamn,
manner
dude.
for any player, and everyone walks away full of empty calories and says, eh. You can have pretty graphics, you can have smooth gameplay, but the second you prioritize those two things over an immersive and creative gameplay loop, your EA games challenge everything. This concept isn't new either. Crucify my dick, but Fable is a perfect example of this. The original Fable trilogy is exactly indicative of this phenomenon I'm talking about. Engaging visuals, smooth enough gameplay, and a continuing complicated case of bulimia. Those games had zero narrative worth paying attention to, zero gameplay addicting enough to engage with the world propped up with paint and plywood, and worst of all, Peter Molyneux marketed it.
Connecting people together and allowing them to tap on this massive cube. And I said, and I'm known for these things, I said there's something amazing in the side.
Number 9, Ubisoft. Everyone knows Ubisoft games are checklists.
Ubisoft.
They're the embodiment of fetch quests and guilt through progress bar. Ubisoft ruined gaming! They sucked all the fun out, level gated everything, calling it a fucking RPG, and turned gaming from something exciting, challenging, and inspirational into something so rounded, basic, and comfortable that it wouldn't be surprising if the next Assassin's Creed game came with a $5 McDonald's coupon.
A
Ubisoft
$5
Plus
McDonald's
is an extremely appropriate move for the company, acting as yet another layer of obligation for these depressed and unfulfilled cubicle water bags with wives who hate them to distract themselves from the fact that the child they had didn't fix their broken spirit. Bust out the wiki and walkthrough, John. It's time to 100% the game before your wife burns your dinner. Here's a list of things you can buy with that money instead.
Dude, this
artisanal sandwich,
this guy, man.
15 things at the dollar store. A second phone line to hide the fact that you're cheating on your wife for burning your fucking dinner. Get access to all the upcoming Ubisoft games on day one, including their back catalog. $14.99 a month. Okay, let's think about what kind of value that money adds to your life. Every service has to have a value add, right? Okay, what's the last great video game you played? Truly great. I'm willing to bet that whatever game it was cracked 90 on Metacritic. How many games do you think Ubisoft released that cracked 90 on Metacritic in the last 10 years? Go ahead. I'll give you some time to guess. I'll give you a hint. It's one syllable. All right, the answer is actually 9 games. So if we divide that by 1 every year, we get almost a great game every year. Oh, just kidding. The answer is actually 3. So you're paying $15 a month and you don't even get a coin flip's chance to play a great game that year? Wow. Oh, just kidding. I lied. The answer is 1. 1 fucking game. And it was almost exactly 10 years ago. Rayman Legends. Great game. Love this game. More people should have played it.
The music, though. The music build up.
Yelling aside, that's basically 0 great games a decade. In case you're a high school dropout, subscribe to Ubisoft Plus playing number 10.
Holy
Far Cry
fuck.
Billion. Far Cry 6 is the equivalent of those web apps that show your percentage progression through their curated onboarding tutorials, you know? And once you're done, Fuck it, I don't know. Here's some shit that's been around since Just Cause 2. Everyone on Reddit and Google Plus and Vote knows that Ubisoft released Far Cry 3 and said, oh, fuck yeah! And then kept releasing the exact same game for over 10 years. Here's what you get in Far Cry 3. Constant, shitty random encounters, brain-dead AI, an incomprehensible dog shit mess of a story, the bottom-tier worst.
How do you guys feel about Far Cry?
Designers, horrible driving,
I haven't played
quests,
Far Cry 6.
Out sandbox that everyone pretends is super engaging to mess around with because 3 guys recorded a few quote-unquote funny GIFs on Reddit, and a sincere lack of anyone that gave a single shit about getting it to market. Far Cry is a money printer. A money printer that requires a lighting update once every 4 to 5 years. Blood Dragon might have been fun, but I stopped caring while I was writing this sentence. Number 11, Valve, where the fuck are you? Or, you know, where are you? Valve is legendary! They've released some of the most influential and critically acclaimed games ever made and basically lowered the barrier of entry for PC gaming as a whole. Steam changed PC gaming. It unified all their products, mods, and their community. They pumped that storefront out, released a bunch of hats, created entire economies, and became the first program any PC gamer installs when their shiny new parts, pre-built tower, and gaming laptop arrived in the mail. A comfy portal rivaling that of the Blade era of the Xbox 360 dashboard. Oh yeah. Half-Life released in holiday 1998 after forming just 2 years prior by future Chungaloid Gabe Newell and Mike Harrington. It used a tantalizing cocktail of in-house code and the engines for both Quake 1 and Quake 2. It blew gamers' minds and gave them all orgasms. It's still a joy to play to this day because of how immersive it actually is, and holds up very well in general presentation. With passion, drive, and a lack of sleep, all before everyone cracked down on crunch culture, originating from people who actually gave a shit about the games they developed, like Bungie creating Halo.
Damn.
Valve created a masterpiece that holds up today. A few ports even released to the Dreamcast and PS2 as well. This is where Valve started, and games like this from new studios just don't happen anymore. What was the last good brand new IP from a freshly formed studio? Experiment 101 and Biomutant? Do we have to go over that point again? Biomutant 5.5 out of 10. After Half-Life, Valve just put out
Wow.
bangers, expansions, commercial packages of
I think this guy has an axe to grind with
a new physics
Biomutant.
engine that's totally not a big deal, didn't fucking change the rules of the industry or anything. A 10 out of 10 sequel that's sadly left without its own 10 out of 10 sequel, but the fanfic community gets a solid C+. A puzzle game with a cute cube that has probably one of the most sleeper songs during the credit scene that I'm pretty sure no one except me has heard of. Trust me, you wouldn't be into it. This was a triumph. The hat economy game, the world's best zombie horde game, second only to Back 4 Blood.
Back 4 Blood really honestly is the best horde video game.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's got better graphics, it's got like, it has like modern technologies.
I'm gonna bomb this apartment.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
No, Back 4 Blood is better than Left 4 Dead.
You're full-shitting.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
can't.
No, the cards, they're like visually appealing.
Shut the fuck
No,
up.
Back 4 Blood is better than Left 4 Dead.
Kill yourself.
League of Legends, but better than League of Legends, as informed
That's
by
a
people
bad
I talked
take,
to
though.
who sometimes played
Really?
League of Legends back in 2014, and a bunch of other cool, awesome shit that's industry-leading, like Half-Life Alyx. Wait, are you serious? A bunch of this shit is VR tech demos. How the fuck was there a 6-year gap between this and Are you serious? Valve, where the fuck are you? Sure, you've got the Steam Deck and you fumbled drunkenly back when you released the Steam machines, but no other game developer has such a solid and consistent community excitedly modding your games, making memes, or whatever, except for maybe Bethesda, but they just ended up yelling at the Fallout engine until it agreed to try to be a live service. If Valve made an RPG, any at all, and put it on Source, it'd smack everyone in the balls. Get those fucking puzzle dudes to create new concepts for exciting, new, and engaging mechanics. Valve is the closest thing we have to some kind of open source game developer. If they put out anything at all, maybe the conversation would shift away from companies like Ubisoft or Activision or number 12, EA squandered EA Sports. EA sells sports games. If it's got a turf, or a court, or a field, EA's got a game for it. Most of these games are released yearly with game-breaking bugs, broken cloud integrations that completely wipe multiplayer season progress, and the battle pass to end all battle passes.
I don't play any sports games.
It's a
Do you
loot
guys
box game mode.
play
What's
anything?
a loot box? A loot box
Madden,
is a
FIFA.
slot machine. That's it. You pay money, you play the slots. Every video game actually had them for about 3 years until some people bitched about CSGO and Star Wars Battlefront 2. It's a racket to take advantage of the potential gambling addicts in the previously untapped market of literal fucking children. You put money in, you get athletes with different ratings. Make your own team with those athletes, I don't know, call it an ultimate team. You pay lots of money, get dispensed mostly shit until you finally get a diamond, and still get stomped, stacking your team against people online because no amount of stats is gonna hide the fact that the only word in your vocabulary is bruh. Before all of this ultimate team loot box chicanery, there existed experimentation, excitement, and fun under an actual EA label. And that label was EA Sports. Big. NFL Street.
I played a
SSX,
couple of these. I played
NBA Street,
NFL
FIFA
Street
These games
and
really made you
NBA
feel
Street.
Like you were Batman,
Those were
these
really
games
good
totally
games.
captured the spirit of extreme sports at the time. The X Games were everywhere, and Doritos were going apeshit with all their flavors, so EA put out a snowboarding game where you can flip your character in every direction, jump off painted metal ramps, and unrealistically grind on a chain link fence. SSX was very well reviewed, so they
I think I
capitalized
played
on that with a
SSX
little
as
remix,
well.
But let's just go ahead and call it a sequel. SSX Tricky. This game was bonkers. There was no limit to what could be described as a trick. Hands, feet, and law-defying physics were everywhere, all while the game blasts run DMCs. It's tricky. The insanity doesn't end. There's a DJ that's scratching records and announcing your tricks. You're doing the worm or turning into a helicopter. And this game was fucking hard. AI is aggressive and fast. Learn those shortcuts, cause you're gonna need them. Also, be prepared to restart the motherfucking trick events until you actually land that triple rodeo Uber trick while nabbing the goddamn ×5 multiplier. SSX3 is objectively better though. Seamless snowboarding mountaineering from Peak 3 to Peak 1 with DJ Atomica was dope as fuck. NFL Street was the other game I played a lot as a kid. I loved football and NFL Street loved me. It was a fast-paced and wonderfully exaggeratingly animated version of the sport, and it was easy to pick up
NFL
and
Street was
play.
fun.
The game was unfairly challenging towards the end of the career mode since it relies so heavily on in-game stats, but that just made it more fun to fully max out a character in the way you intended. The outfits are a complete joke, but exaggeration was key here. Your characters jump a million goddamn feet in the air to catch a ball. Every movement is definitely big. Play this game with your friends and every play is going to be a screaming match. Games need to be as intense as this these days, and they just aren't. And as far as I'm concerned, NBA Street holds the crown of being the only sports game in the world to make chain counters fun. It's basketball, but with all these little moves.
Yeah, dude,
that
NBA
consume
Street was
turbo
really
and add to a
good.
meter
I
called
enjoyed
the
that
Game
too.
Breaker.
I think I
Score
enjoyed
a bunch
NBA
of moves
Street more than
back-to-back before making a
NFL
sick
Street.
dunk. Your opponent is going to shit a brick, cause they are fucked. The Game Breaker makes you OP as hell for one play, and can take points away from your opponent while you score some. Buffoonery that does not exist in modern gaming. Scoring points has never been as fun as in these EA Sports big games. The overall presentation and feel of these games is still downright exhilarating. While they are not
I agree.
in contention
EA
for
should
being the
do
best
something. They
competitive
should
games
come
in the
back with
world,
something
you
like
could
this.
argue that their
That'd be
nature
really
of being
cool.
Easy to pick up and relatively easy to master was what sold the entire experience. Speaking of which, number 13, not enough easy to pick up, easy to master games. Thanks to the fact that every game these days is connected to the fucking internet, tryhards are always finding new and innovative ways to measure their dicks. Every game is competitive, which means if you want to master a game, good luck mastering that game against the millions of players trying to master the game. The skill distribution is literally a bell curve. So if you want to be really good, chances are you never will be. But if you go back in time to play something like SSX3, you never had that constant element of the skill ceiling changing on you. The AI or game was hard-coded, and you could breach their ability definitively. I would 100%
How do you guys feel about this? Do you think that there needs to be more easy to play, easy to master games?
20 years ago. Gone, I say, gone are the
Or do you
days
have
of
more of
trying
the
to
mentality
impress
of just
other
like
awkward
get
people
good?
by proclaiming
You know,
you're a epic
learn to compete.
gamer. Now everyone just plays Fortnite on their phones while watching GTA 5 roleplay streams in the background. Get up, Joshua. Dinner was ready 40 minutes ago. Also, your dad found out about your progress report, so start crying. Hydro Thunder Hurricane, Crash Team Racing, all those Nintendo platformers, Spyro the Dragon, Halo campaigns, rhythm games like Guitar Hero and Rock Band.
Ooh,
Spend enough
dude,
time
I
with
miss
these games
Guitar
and you
Hero
almost certainly would become
and Rock
very
Band.
good. You might
Those
not
games
top
I
the
do miss.
leaderboards on speedrun.com, but you almost always reached a sense of nirvana playing a game efficiently with great mechanics in a trance-like state. Those tricks and SSX that you land that just net you the 3 question marks? Man, that's a good feeling. Do you get the same feeling playing Modern Warfare 2 Search and Destroy? No! Who cares if you're slightly better than a 7th grader? Indie games may scratch this itch, but I got a bone to pick with them. Number 14. Every indie game is a color-blocked, low-poly, roguelike. Too many indie games are roguelites and have a pastel color block aesthetic and are low poly solely for the sake of nostalgia. That's it, that's the point. Number 15, all games are still made for PS2. I don't have a lot to say about this category, but console generations are too long. The one that felt the longest was the gap between the Xbox 360 and the PS3 jumping to the Xbox One and PS4. Truth be told, gaming still felt pretty shitty to play on console during that period. That was the best era to be a PC gamer, so you could brag to your friends that you have things like a high refresh rate monitor and a liquid CPU cooler that you won't maintain at all. Gaming on consoles got a huge quality of life improvement with this latest generation of series consoles and the PS5, but most games are still developed with the previous generation in mind. Game makers are constantly sacrificing cutting-edge technology for people stuck in the past, and granted, it may be a difficult situation to get out of, but I don't care. Innovation is important, damn it. Number 16, digital sales are complete bullshit. Digital sales ruined physical sales. Most of the time when you buy a console game, there's nothing on that disc other than a license and the uncaring Blu-ray
I can
letter
agree with
staring
this,
back at
yeah.
your worthless fat face. Buy a game digitally. Great. You'll get to play it forever, right? Oh, wait. To keep this point short, you should be able to buy a license for something and use it indefinitely. Relying on cloud servers to stay online forever for me to download the game at my will 20 years from now is obviously retarded because one day the servers will be gone, so that's why I opt to buy the physical games. So imagine my frustration when these motherfuckers just put key codes in the box and call it a day. Nailed it. My Xbox discs will be worthless one day since all they're good for is a digital license or maybe a broken pre-alpha version of Cyberpunk 2077 burned to them or some shit like that. Number 17, everything is a Discord bot. Fuck Discord. The UI sucks, the notifications are fucking annoying, every server has like a billion asinine rules, everyone on there is terminally online and doesn't know what the concept of having a life or grass is, and every server has that one channel where all it does is spew out bot-generated garbage that exactly 0% of people care about, but one moderator enabled the bot because they thought it would be cool. Get off Discord. Let's all go back to Skype. And number 18. Thanks to the fucking internet, gaming is now a job. You need to keep up on multiplayer meta, balance changes, game sales, milsim Discord clans, DLC, what games are functional and which are
I do
completely
agree.
broken,
It is
which
harder
platform
and
that's
harder to keep
applicable
track of what the fuck's
grinding
going on with
battle
games
passes,
these
moving
days.
games around your drives because these companies turned you into your own personal fucking librarian for their uncompressed audio files, and fan-made wiki instructions on how to play these obtuse, janky games made in Unity with poorly made or zero tutorials. Gaming is not fun. It's an obligation. It's maintaining broken relationships with people on Discord who have BPD, so you have someone to play Chivalry with once every 2 months. It's grinding out a battle pass because developers paywall satisfying multiplayer progression. It's staring at your own library for 30 minutes, unable to decide what to play next, installing, uninstalling, and moving games from drive to drive. It's a transparent memory of something that was exciting. It's cynical. It's the opposite of fun. It's over.
Okay. What do you guys? So I definitely have a couple things to say. What do you guys think about that? Oh, and I forgot to fix this here. Is it over, guys? Is gaming not fun anymore? So I think the guy brought up a lot of really good points and a lot of really good things to highlight. Like, yeah, there are problems in this industry, certainly. But at the same time, like, my only problem with his video, and it's not like, you know, it's not that serious. And Omen, I'll read your super chats in just 1 sec, man. My only like real problem with his video is that he also failed to acknowledge first off, he failed to acknowledge that you're bringing up a lot of good points, and it's clear that you do have a lot of disdain and cynicism, but what about all the stuff you just listed that people actually kind of enjoy some of this? You know, like, yeah, it may not be the same as it was a decade or decade and a half ago, but there's still good stuff out there. I mean, Devil Shooter, I saw you said that his Sony section was pretty garbage. It was, dude, because it's like, it's funny. I get, like, if you're just like joking around, and that's the thing I can't quite understand about this video, is it kind of teeters on the, like, it's borderline. Is this supposed to be a joke? Are we supposed to take this seriously? And I feel like it's a mixture of both. But the way he ended it tells me that, man, I don't know, it's over, you know? But he just basically says that Sony games are just like movie games, you know? And I hate that. Like, I hate that people say that about PlayStation's games, because if that's like, if they say that and they mean that, they don't play PlayStation games. They don't. Because yes, many of them are very cinematic. Yes, many of them are also not nearly as cinematic, or at least some of them, right? Like, there is a diverse lineup of games that, but even putting that aside, dude, like, not to defend too much here, but my biggest problem with it is, dude, like, if you're going to say like every game is cinematic and basically a movie game, you are really doing these games a disservice by saying that. Yeah, it is a generalization, and I get it. It happens. But it really is doing a lot of these games a major disservice, because, dude, some of these games have incredible gameplay. Like, genuinely, some of the best gameplay out there. And I just don't like that when people just kind of like, oh yeah, they're just movie games. Like, but they're not, you know? So, but generally speaking though, just to speak to his, just to kind of give my general feeling, like, I'll be honest, I think this guy maybe either needs to take a really long extended break from gaming, or maybe it's just time for him to move on from it, because he pointed out, like, I mean, I get it, dude. Like I said, some of these points are very valid, but it's not that bad. Like, I mean, he really seems like he's just very, very upset that gaming is not what it once was. And I get it, you know, maybe that will be me, one day as well. But I still feel like there's a lot of great things in gaming. And I know at the beginning of his video, he was like, don't believe anybody that tells you like it's a great time to be a gamer, like it's the greatest time in gaming. And it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe there are people who say that. I don't know that I would say it's better to be a gamer now in 2023 than it was in 2003. I don't think I think it's just different for everybody. You know what I mean? I feel like gaming to me, because we also age, right? Like, in 2003, video games were very different to me. Like, I viewed video games very differently than I view them now in 2023 as a, nearly 30-year-old man. It's different, and I experience games differently, and my expectations from games are different. And I also understand that games have evolved. Like I said, like, things were always going to change, and I was here for the change. Now, the one thing I think about his video that I agree with most, it was when he pointed out the EA section, where he was pointing out that EA used to make these like games that were kind of over the top and not meant to be taken ultra seriously, that were more just about the silly kind of fun factor. And I don't think they're going to do that, but I can kind of agree with, where like we do need, it would be nice to get some of these AAA games that don't necessarily take themselves that seriously. But at the same time, that to me probably has to do with the increased cost of making bigger AAA games. Like it's they were very arcade-like, and there is a risk with making arcade-like AAA games these days, in that people are not necessarily as attached to those types of, like, the newer generation, I guess you could say, are not necessarily as attached to those types of games. And, I saw there was that game by Activision that came out. It was like, I think it's trying to be a live service. I think it's already a dead game, but it was like Crash Team Rumble or something like that. And it tried to basically take like the arcade gameplay that Crash Bandicoot was known for and make it like a multiplayer live service game. And it just, no one cared, man. Like everybody's like, we're good. Like, why would we want this? And I don't know. I don't know what that means exactly, but let me see here. And dude, I kid you not, as I say that, I just head over to Twitter. Crash Bandicoot posts, get ready to party in Season 2. Crash Team Rumble is back with all new modes, maps, and mayhem. Available September 12th. Actually has more likes than I expected, and maybe there isn't. I don't know, maybe there are people playing this. Actually, yeah, maybe there is an audience for this. Maybe I misjudged it. But that's kind of ironic, isn't it? Omen86, you're saying Sony's tech is so good. Oh, sorry, I read that one already. The Vita super chat. You're saying nearly every genre got a banger this year. Modern gaming has flaws, but certainly not as bad as this guy makes it seem, and VR adds another dimension. Yeah, I do firmly believe, man, that there are just some people that when they get older, they just don't realize that you're just not into video games anymore. I mean, I feel that way sometimes about some things. You know, like there are times where I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I feel as like, you know, like games, a lot of games are not having the same impact that maybe they once did. But I have to consider the fact that, dude, you've been gaming since you were a young kid. Like you played video games during the most formative years of your life and you're an adult now. Like, yeah, so games are probably not going to hit you like a Mack truck anymore, like they did then, because it was not only your first time experiencing anything like that, but it was also, again, like during a time when your brain is still forming. And I think that a lot of people these days don't realize that this is just it's a natural change that occurs, man. And I don't know, when I see people getting this upset about modern gaming, it's like, dude, I don't think games are for you anymore. Like there are some people where the way that they want to game is by just only playing the stuff they grew up with and the stuff that they played many, many years ago. And I think that's totally fine. Like that's an absolutely viable way to play games. Like I'm still an advocate for physical media. I'm still an advocate for backwards compatibility, even though I don't really use it that much, but I still care about it. But at the same time, like there are problems. You know, there is no denying that companies are greedy, and companies and even like certain game studios and developers have proven that like the passion isn't there. And these things do exist in this industry, and it's unfortunately. Saying gaming quality is way worse though. Yet to me, that is one of the biggest things that is true about what this guy said, is that games release broken now more than ever. And that is true, man. And that is reprehensible, where it's like, I get that these games have massive budgets and they take years to make, but what the fuck is going on with so many AAA games just releasing and needing like 10 patches? Like that is unacceptable, you know? But at the same time, we can't make it sound like that's every game. It's not. That's not every game. And I get it, man. People are like, too many remakes, too many remasters. What about people like me who want to play those games? Do we not count for anything? Like, are we supposed to feel guilty for that? Because I'm not. One of the games I was most excited about at the launch of PS5 was Demon's Souls. And people are like, dude, a PS3 game? Like, yes, I've never played it. And now I get to play it in the best possible quality that I can, you know, with some quality of life improvements. A game like Metal Gear Solid 3 being remade. I get it. Some people are not going to care. And as long as Konami doesn't screw it up, it's like, hell yeah, I want to play that. I played Resident Evil 4 Remake because it's one of my favorite games and I loved it. If anything, you would think somebody like this is more inclined to want remakes, you know, and remasters. But are there too many? Well, I don't know. Sometimes it can feel that way. Sometimes it does feel that way. Do you really need a remake of a 9-year-old game, MBG? No, I mean, it depends, man. To me, it depends on the generation it's coming from and how the game is, like how it holds up today. You know, I think a game like Demon's Souls is much more justifiably remade than a game like The Last of Us. Like I've told you guys, I don't think The Last of Us needed a remake for PS5. It definitely didn't. Like everything would have been totally fine if it didn't get that. If anything, I would have preferred to get a remake for something like the PlayStation 6 when it's like much further away and, in my opinion, more justifiable. But I can also understand that like the reality is there's a lot of new people buying a PS5 that have never bought a PlayStation potentially or never played The Last of Us, and they're going to see this HBO show and they're going to be like, you know what? I want to play the game now. I get that. I understand. People could always just say, well, you know, they could just go for the PS4 version, and you're right, but you really think these companies are always just going to resort to that and say, yeah, just go play the one we released, you know, like 10 years ago? Like, no, well, if we have the opportunity to make some money, that's what they're going to do. So again, I think some remakes are unnecessary, and it seems like a little bit much, yes, but a lot of them I do like to play. Yeah. And I'm not even going to deny that and pretend. Like, for example, there's a rumor that we continue to hear that Horizon Zero Dawn is getting a remaster. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that big of a deal. It depends on how Sony handles that. If they're like, this is just a director's cut for people who missed the first one, go buy it if you want. If you already own it, $10 upgrade, that's fine. That's fine. That's literally what Sony did with Death Stranding and Ghost of Tsushima. I don't mind that stuff. But if they treat it like this is a full-blown, like if they treat it like The Last of Us Part 1, like Horizon Zero Dawn remake, I'm gonna be like, there's no way. Like we don't need that at all. Like not even a little bit, not even 1%. But I don't think that's what they're gonna do. So it really depends, in my opinion, on how these things are handled. But Omen, I agree, man. Like every genre had a banger this year. Like I've said, it just seems to me like this is one of the best years in gaming. And for some people, you know, for somebody to basically come out and make a 30-minute video just saying like this industry fucking sucks and it's over, speak for yourself, man. Like truthfully. And maybe a lot of other people do feel that way, but it's time to move on if that's really how you feel. Because I look back at the games that have come out this year and the games that are coming out, and it's like, dude, I'm not saying every game has to be for you, but fuck, man. Like, if you're pissed off at Call of Duty, maybe look at some other games that are coming out. Like, if Call of Duty is like your yearly go-to, look at some other games. Because there's something for everybody out here, man. And that's what perplexes me about the situation. So, it is what it is. You know, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I guess all I can say is I hope that people who feel that jaded about the gaming industry, all I can say is I hope that maybe they find something that they end up enjoying, because goddamn, yeah, maybe a new hobby potentially. Because I'll tell you, if I ever felt that cynical about gaming, I would have to just take a step back. I would. I'm not saying I need everything to be a mind-blowing experience or everything to be perfect. Certainly not. And, you know, mobile gaming. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, go to mobile gaming. You'll see just how bad it can really be, and you'll come crawling back. Right? Oh, man. Annual cut and paste rehashes that the masses buy religiously are much worse. I mean, it's an interesting situation, you know, because it's like the sports games, right? I could absolutely tear yearly sports games up, but what's the point, dude? It's like trying to tear up mobile gaming. Like, I can have my opinion on it, but it doesn't matter. Like, the market has spoken, man. Like, they said, we want this. I may disagree. I may ask the question, like, why do you want that? And you know what their answer will be to me? Their answer will be, because I enjoy it. And it just simply boils down to me understanding that I'm not going to enjoy everything that's out there. And there are going to be things that people enjoy that I'm like, I don't even understand it a little bit. But you know what I do know? Me moaning and complaining about it constantly isn't going to stop these people from enjoying what they want to enjoy. If anything, it's just stopping me from focusing on what I want to enjoy. So Yeah, I don't watch videos like this too often because I don't know. It just sometimes feels like isn't it just ironic? You know what I mean? Like there is an irony. There is an ultimate irony where it's like you tell somebody in your video, your half-hour video complaining about video games that you should go find something better to do. Is this what you suggest they do? Make half-hour videos? No, and it's like no shade, but I'm just saying, like, you have to be self-aware in that sense where it's like, dude, like, you know, it is the irony of it, truly. But I think we just have to reach a point where people just begin to admit honestly to themselves that you like the negativity. You like bitching. You like complaining. You like moaning. You like shitting on things. And some people do admit that. And I'm not an advocate for that. But I just think it's important that people understand like that is, I think a lot of people just don't want to admit that. You know? I say a lot. Omen86 with another super chat, man, saying, just look at how much enjoyment we got out of Redfall. I've laughed my ass off watching the Xbot meltdown. Just wait until Redfall comes out. God damn, Omen86 coming out swinging for seemingly no reason whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, Redfall, frankly, can be used as an example of a game that, like, we need less of this type of stuff in the industry because it doesn't help anything. Like, I saw recently that Bethesda's Pete Hines said that he believes eventually, you know what? Because I know people will get all over me. I don't want to misquote him. I just want to make sure I get the right quotes here. While Bethesda may have hit a slam dunk with Starfield, the same can hardly be said about Arcane Studios' Redfall. According to Bethesda's head of publishing, the book hasn't been closed on Redfall. While many might have expected to see Bethesda and Microsoft drop Redfall like a hot potato and never talk about it again, Bethesda's Pete Hines says to expect the opposite. In a recent interview with GamesIndustry.biz, Hines said that Bethesda will keep working on Redfall. This comes after head of Xbox Gaming, Phil Spencer, voiced his disappointment with a negative reaction. Quote, "We are always in the process of learning, so that's not new for us. We don't like failing to meet our players' expectations. At the same time, we're the same company that has had launches that didn't go the way we wanted. That didn't go the way we wanted, and we don't quit or abandon stuff just because it didn't start right. We're going to get it to be a good game because we know as a first-party studio, Game Pass lives forever. There will be people 10 years from now that are going to join Game Pass, and Redfall will be there." So it's like, I kind of admire like the dedication where it's like, we don't want to give up on this game, but stuff like that is concerning to me because it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Some stuff you got to call a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying? Like in this case, it's like, you don't even have to call it. You don't have to acknowledge it, but this approach to where it's like, we're going to support Redfall. Like, look, we've seen games make comebacks. This ain't one of them. And it's okay. Like, it's okay. People are going to be okay with that. If you decide to just admit that Redfall was a mistake and, you know, you got to go back to the drawing board with the studio, that's fine. It happens. You know, you got enough shit for it. But I think it's just strange that it's like, I guess the question I'm asking is, who wants that? Like, who is saying, I want them to make Redfall great? I mean, maybe there's somebody out there, but there are games that already exist and have existed for some time that do what Redfall has attempted to do, like about 100 times better, you know? So I don't know. It's a weird commitment in a way, but yeah, I think Redfall is an example of how it's not that we don't want to see a game like that, because I'll admit, like, there were times where I thought Redfall actually looked interesting in some of the marketing material. And I was like, oh, you know, it looks interesting. And so there's nothing wrong with wanting to make games like this. I don't know, man. You got to make sure you make a good game. You know, like, you got to make sure you make a good game. And that I will say that is one thing that I am tired of hearing in the industry, right? Is it's like, we're going to support this game and get it to where it needs to be. Like, you should have just did that from the start. And this is one area where I'm really nervous with Sony's live service. Like, I don't want to see Sony do that. Sony, please apply your same mentality that you have for your single player games to your live service games. Release it when it's finished. This is why I feel like maybe I could be wrong, but maybe this is one of the reasons they decided to delay or Naughty Dog decided to announce the delay of The Last of Us multiplayer, because it's kind of like, well, I really hope that it's because it really isn't ready, and you guys are not willing to compromise on that. Like, you're not going to rush it out. You're going to put it out when it's ready. When it's ready. We need more of that, man. We don't want to see Sony have a Redfall situation. We don't. And Omen, again, thank you for all the super chats, man. Very, very generous of you. You're saying even the developers hated Redfall. Making them work on it even longer is just further torture. Microsoft knew it was shit and chose to charge $70. Yeah, that's another thing that's kind of weird to me, is there was some talk from the developers that like they didn't even really believe in this game themselves. And I mean, it has to just be like trying to save face, right? It has to. I don't believe it. Frankly, I'll be honest. I don't believe Pete Hines. I'm not saying he's actively lying, but I just think like there's like that part of him where it's like, we got one more in us, right? With Redfall. It's like, no, you don't. You don't. Everybody knows you don't, because nobody wants. No, just the game's over. Just move on. We got one more in us. That's Pete Hines out there. That's funny. I mean, I understand what he's saying though, like Game Pass, and it'll always be there. It is true. Like at the very least, they need to get the 60 FPS mode performance, like because they did promise that. Like at the very least, because it is true that there will be new people who subscribe to Game Pass a decade from now that'll be like, oh, I'll try this game Redfall. He's not wrong about that, but they did promise the 60 FPS. Yeah, sometimes you just got to take the L and move on. It happens. It happens to the best of us, man. Everybody's got to take the L sometimes. I just Gary Whitta, quote, day one release is just one step of games development, end quote. He said this in that cringe Phil Spencer podcast. Yeah, shit. See, I try not to be too harsh, because it's like, I understand what you're trying to communicate, where it's like, I get it, man. Like, to an extent, that's true. But that, like, I just feel like going into a game's launch with that mentality is like, I don't know, man. This is where the industry, as I said, it has changed. But I don't know. I feel like that what should really be said there is that it's more along the lines of like, releasing a finished game is the first step. And the journey will continue after that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the mentality that should be there. Like, releasing a finished game, a complete finished game, is the first step. And the journey continues after. But not to, don't want to be negative here. I really don't want to be overly negative, because there's just too much of that these days. There's too much negativity going around. And truthfully, I think the industry is in a pretty decent place. I do. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm not enjoying myself with games that I'm playing and experiences I'm having. I don't want to do that. I feel like it's not that it's too easy to do that. It's just so many people do that, and there are times where we have to complain for sure, and we have to be critical, but I don't know. Today I'm just feeling more in a more optimistic than normal, I guess. I don't know. Like, I'm excited about the future of PlayStation. I'm looking forward to this month for PlayStation. I'm looking forward to Spider-Man 2. Looking forward to a lot of third-party games. I want to see Helldivers 2. I'm looking forward to 2024, and it seems like things are going to go well for Nintendo fans. They got a new console to look forward to, and obviously new games from Nintendo. I think Microsoft fans have something to look forward to. They have a roadmap now for their platform. So I just think in general things are looking pretty good, man. And first time super chatter in, hey, it's Andre. I appreciate that, man. You're saying, hey, MBG, do you think Sucker Punch will ever make another Infamous game? I have no doubt that a new entry in the series would be amazing on PS5. Well, it's worth noting that Sucker Punch officially confirmed, I think about a year or a year and a half ago, they put out a blog post and an official announcement that they are currently not working on a Sucker Punch game, on a Infamous game. So speaking of optimism, unfortunately, I don't think I can be too optimistic here because of them saying that. I think it's clear that they're not going to be returning to Infamous anytime soon. However, do I think that there isn't a future of any kind for Infamous? No, I could see it eventually making a comeback down the line. I don't necessarily know that it will happen this generation on the PS5, but I will say I agree with you 100%, man. A modern day Infamous game running on PS5 hardware would look stunning, dude. It would. So I am very excited for Ghost of Tsushima. I think it's obvious that that's what they're pursuing and what they're going to be focused on. But I would 100% love to see eventually Sucker Punch release a new Infamous game on PS5. It would be awesome. So we'll have to see, man. I'm not too confident, unfortunately, but I'm not giving up hope entirely. And Omen86 again, damn, dude, going crazy with super chats today. Saying, the worst thing is Microsoft gobbles up big developers and publishers. If things go south, it will all come down with them. I will never forgive them. Yeah, again, that is part of the risk, man. Anytime a company gets absorbed by another or acquired, there is always the risk that it could be their demise, man. You know, we're seeing that literally right now with Embracer Group, right? And we've seen that happen with like EA and other companies, and even Sony. Sony's had a history of doing that with some. But you are correct that some of the purchases that Microsoft is making are so large, and these are such big names that if that day ever comes, it will have a profound impact on the entire industry, Omen. So yeah, there's a bit of trepidation there, but we got to try to hope for the best, man. At least that's what I'm trying to put out there. You know, that's the energy right now I'm trying to put out there. We got to hope for the best. Of course, be prepared for the worst, but, let's try to be as optimistic as we can. You're saying Infamous Second Son holds up amazingly well graphically. Yeah, it seems like it does. It seems like it does, man. Well, guys, we are at the 4 hour and 20 minute mark, and I think I pretty much discussed everything I could discuss. Guys, hit that like button for me. We are so close to 400 likes. If we could get to 400 likes, I would be very, very, very grateful for that. I'm trying to remind people to hit the like button because I need some help with YouTube's algorithm here, man. I don't know what's going on. I keep gaining subs. I keep losing subs. There's inconsistency, and I feel like a part of it is because YouTube's algorithm is just not favoring me. So we have over 300 people here. So I want to encourage you, please hit that like button. I think we could easily crush 400 likes. I believe in you guys. But it's just a great way to let me know that you guys are enjoying the streams. But with this, I think I'm going to end it here and segue into my outro because I pretty much talked about everything I could talk about today. Sony's still being relatively quiet right now. I'm not entirely convinced that there's going to be any significant PlayStation news this week. There might be. I mean, with the release of Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3, Sony might still continue to lay low until next week. However, that's not going to stop me from creating content for you guys. I did release a video yesterday that's out there, so if you haven't, be sure to go check that out. A lot of people have been asking me, like, MBG, come back and make your regular news videos. We missed them. Well, rest assured, I've released 2 news videos, 2 regular videos. Go check them out. And before I head out, I have to once again extend a massive just a truly massive thank who have gifted memberships today or became members, sitting at 110 new channel members today, which is a colossal number. So sincerely, thank you guys for that support. I mean, it is truly an honor, and I'm humbled to have this community, to have you guys continually show up and show your support and support me directly in this way. So let's just one last time, guys, chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for everybody who gifted memberships today. Again, 110. This community should be very proud of themselves. And I also want to give a shout out to everybody who donated a super chat. I mean, on top of the memberships, you guys donate super chats and you keep the conversation going in different directions. You keep it flowing, and you're also choosing to support me directly. So apologies if I sound like a broken record or if I'm long-winded with my thank yous, but you guys absolutely deserve it. It is literally the least I could do. The least I could do. So thank you. And Omen86 is coming in here at the end, not letting it stop, gifting another 5 memberships. Omen, dude, thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, you and everybody else who've been doing heavy lifting with gifting, thank you so much. That actually brings us to 115 members on the day. So finishing even stronger than we thought here. So Omen, for that, I got to give you...
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you crazy Arnold. Yeah, people keep coming back to my stream and they're like, you're still going, man? You're still going? Yeah, I guess, I don't know, man. I'm just getting used to doing these longer streams. I am. And it's just because I don't know. I'm having even more fun engaging with you guys and talking to you guys about different things and just talking about gaming. So yeah, we're basically another 4.5 hour stream. Not every stream is going to be this long, of course, but I'm sure there are going to be times where I'm feeling a little bit more exhausted or just can't really keep the energy up or maybe just don't have enough to say. But today, I had it in me, man. I had one more hour in me. So, and I know you guys appreciate it. You guys have shown me a lot of love. So, Hellbound, you take care, buddy. Hopefully I'll see you in the next stream. Omen, all you guys. I don't know if, I think Corey had to leave earlier. But, all you guys, Jay Shanko, appreciate it. And one last thing I got to say. Yeah, Gaming Survivor. Caught some of your jokes today, man. House Rhintology, right? Should I make that a shirt? Should I make that merch? One last final thing. Shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter's been doing an incredible job with the timestamps. He's been getting them up very quickly, usually within just a couple of hours lately. It's okay if you can't, but just shouting out the good work he's been doing. If you see him in the comments with the timestamps, give him a big thank you. Show him some love. And that's it, guys. Yeah. So we only need one more like. Just putting it out there. We only need one more. And we did it. You hit 400 likes, guys. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. You guys do it every time. So, all right. That does it. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their day. I think I'm going to go eat some dinner, hang out with the family, probably get some gaming in there. And yeah, that does it. So I will catch you guys tomorrow with a new video, hopefully. And then on Thursday, we'll be doing another stream, same time, same place. I hope to see you guys there. I'm looking forward to it. So, all right, that does it. Until next time, guys, take care.